Hi, guys. Hello. It's early. I'm tired. I want to go back to bed. It's 12. What do you mean? I went to bed at 5. That's what I mean. I'm tired.
Hey.
He went to bed at 5. Hey, me too, and I got up at 9. Oh god, I'm sorry, Sunak. Ugh. I am tired. Hello, chat. Hello, everyone. One small person, thank you so much for the 43 months. Welcome back. Oh man, someone's trying to buy the log cabins. So not everyone's here yet, and I don't know if we're all gonna be here. I'm hopeful, but given the mess that it has been just trying to schedule anything, it wouldn't surprise me if we had to like reschedule again. And I will just cry because I can't. Oh, I can't do this. It's too heckin' early, dude. Early stream, what's the occasion? Well, I think we're supposed to be doing the Brian panel right now, and Brian's not here. So I'm not sure what's happening. I told him the day and the time. I thought he understood. He said he'd be here. Medi thinks 5 p.m. EST. How did he get that from that? What do you mean? I told him an hour after the tsunami. I didn't give him a like hourly time. I didn't say 2 p.m. or whatever. How would that have happened? What do you mean?
Okay, so I spoke to Brian, and Tessa, good to see you, by the way. Brian doesn't remember that, I guess, any conversation with you about it being 15 minutes ago.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I asked. I said I was under the impression that you and Tessa, I guess when you were on duty a couple of days ago, said that it would be, at 1 hour post tsunami. So I said 15 minutes ago, and he was like, and then when he was like, when was that? And then I guess he didn't remember. So
What?
So obviously,
Ow.
I wanted to depose. I said, listen, I said I'll give him I give him a call when the panel's ready to go. So obviously, I think Libby must be on the same assumption that it's not now and it's another time, and she's not currently here. So I'm going to leave it to you two, I guess. What do we want to do here? Do we want to call Brian down now? Should we wait for Libby? Do you want me? Should we wait for Libby and then I'll give you all an email?
Did we
and you can come
tell
back?
Libby a different time?
Well, okay. So initially, I'd agree with Brian at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then I'd put that in within our communications. But then Tessa said Brian was good an hour, I guess 2 hours earlier, which is now. So that's why we're here. So I mean, maybe Libby didn't see that. I'm not sure. I'm trying to email Libby to see where she is. So, but what do you want to do? What do you want to do right now?
I don't know.
What a mess.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll try and call the chief.
What the heck? I'm not crazy, right? I talked to him like 2 days ago, and I said, what the heck? Help me. Trying to find where I confirmed with her the time, because I know I thought we had acknowledged it. Didn't I ask her yesterday? Like in character?
Okay, no response so far. Has anyone managed to speak to Tourette at all?
No, I like I said, I talked to him yesterday, and then he just like ran off.
He doesn't work here anymore.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I guess that's the question. Do we want him to come back now that it's kind of bad, but Axel's gone?
Ah!
I've kind of always had the policy that I don't chase people who quit. They're adults. If they want to quit, they can quit.
Yeah,
Zacho, thank you for the 1,000 biddies.
cool.
I appreciate it.
Too many people do it for attention. It's not worth chasing them down and falling into that bullshit.
You think Torette's doing it for attention?
Absolutely.
I mean, oh, Stubble, did you mention the Torette thing?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get the text.
Is it about him shitting himself? Because he keeps doing it to prove a point about his diapers, like sealing power or something. It's a whole like I'm pretty sure it's like an advertisement type thing.
No.
No. No.
Okay.
This was 3 days before he resigned from the commission's account.
He sent $1 million to his wife.
Yeah, he did.
This
is post her being fired as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, so Willie and Moulton, as the money office, are currently looking into it, seeing if there needs to be criminal charges or if it's
No,
lawful.
okay.
If misunderstanding, because I said it could be misunderstanding, right?
I don't know. I don't know how.
Bonus.
I don't know how much you guys have been paying attention to our bonuses and our payments, but they're about a month out. When Shelby was doing payments for us, they were like a month late. She deserves to get paid for what she did.
Yep, that's why I said they don't need to stop before they try and do accusations and throw out charges and see if there's an actual reason she needs to get the money. And there very much is a possibility it's a late bonus or a late pay. Their concern was that the mayor's office froze all bonuses for the PD, and there was a possibility it was just already giving like a personal severance package. But then, like you said, Tessa, she did a lot of work, and there was a backlog. So there's very much a possibility this is completely fine, but it just was brought to my attention, and we needed to let the rest of us know.
I mean, how delayed is this? Because Toretti was paying himself as the sheriff $700,000, which I thought was exorbitant, but paying $1 million to a sergeant is pretty high too. And is this like several months rolled into one?
Sergeant, but also commissioner's office, like head on.
Yeah, but
I don't agree with it. Honestly, bonuses, they're so insane.
Doing the commissioner job is a lot of work, no doubt, but I mean, $1 million. I mean, this has got to be several months, right? I mean, if we're assuming the best, it's got to be like at least 2 months. I mean, maybe 3.
But not necessarily.
But what was it?
We were all getting high bonuses.
Yeah, which I don't agree with. I don't think we need millions of dollars for doing what we do, but I'm saying if the sheriff was getting $700,000, which is what Shelby gave me herself for my bonus or whatever that I tried to turn down, $1 million a month would be a lot. So this has got to be several months. I would hope, but I don't think it was that delayed.
I think it was, because I was getting them out a month. They were super delayed when I was getting them.
Yeah, I believe the last time we got bonuses was like 3 or 4 weeks before the war, and it ended up being June and July's bonus.
Yeah.
We got in August. There's very much a possibility that this could be June and July together.
Which would also
and
make
it would have been before
I got June and July
payments
too.
were frozen.
How much are you getting paid, Tessa? You know?
I was getting $1 million.
Wow.
And I was told that all of High Command was getting $1 million.
Really?
I get $1 million. I actually don't know how much I get.
If June and July was rolled together, then I'm getting $350K. Which, again, I don't care about the fucking money, but I care about the accountability.
Yeah, I agree. Why didn't Trey just get somebody else to do it?
Well, I mean, in his defense, this is 8 days ago. Would have been before. Is that 8 or 5? I can't. That would have been.
It's 8 from like 2 days ago, I think.
That would have been before Moulton was appointed, right?
Yeah, it was 3 days before he resigned.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I think we should ask Trey about that and figure that out. Because it might be Might be a-okay. Might be all right.
We could, but also we could just leave it to William Moulton because delegation is
Oh, yeah.
great.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I'll bring it up, but I'll be honest. I'm kind of making sure we're not wasting everybody being here right now, because obviously I think we want to wait for the chief, and I do apologize. I think it's partly on me, and I guess if Tessa's saying that you had the conversation with Brian, then it's partly on Brian too for this miscommunication. So I'm sorry for dragging you out of bed and stuff. But okay, I can't remember what I was going to say. There's another thing. Oh yes, just so you're all aware, I don't know whether you saw, but Bundy is subpoenaing Axel's phone records. I read it just in case, and it's basically because Axel was in handcuffs at the prison when this all happened. There's a belief that they went through his phone records, and so Bundy is checking per the subpoena to see if there was any, information of import that we need to know has been leaked, basically. But I thought you should all know that.
All right, sounds good.
I'm also going to post, I'll put it in the high command, some things that I think should be brought up, and I will be bringing up at the Brian panel, but it's almost like an agenda. It's not really, it's nothing in order or anything like that. It's just a list of things that I have heard / gathered over the past, I guess, week or so, that I think should probably be brought up.
I mean, we may as well just use this time while we're waiting to just shoot the shit and talk about all things high command that we might, not be able to talk in person about. So,
To be clear, are we killing like 2 hours here, or are they coming? Do we
I
even
don't know.
know?
I have no idea.
I think Brian should come whenever we're ready. But then, there's the issue of the chief, who is, I'll be honest, if she's not answering, she's probably asleep. So I guess you didn't see the your message, Tessa. So I mean, we could break the meeting now and come back in, an hour and a half. Or yeah, it's up to you guys, really.
I prefer not to do that if we could do it now, but if we can't, I guess I don't think we have an hour and 45 minutes worth of stuff to talk about. Unless we do.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
I could find stuff to talk about.
Well, let's just figure out if they're coming or not. If they're coming, we should wait here. If not, we should just reconvene. I feel.
All right.
Well, like Brian's around, and he seemed pretty happy to come down whenever I call and say the panel's ready. Obviously, it's the chief that we don't know about right now.
Can you ask her?
Yeah, I have. I've reached out, but yeah, I will say it's not. I don't think it's the chief's fault. I think it's my fault.
Yeah, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just trying to figure out the next step.
I will be blaming
Yeah.
Doc. Because he said it's his fault. But I don't really mind. If it's now or later, I'll be here.
I bet the discussion about the other panel kind of mixed things up.
Oh, the one that AUEU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did that get finalized as being AU?
From Walter's perspective, he can do whatever. So really, it's kind of, I don't know, it's I'm of least import when it comes to that. So I think Tessa, Svensson, and then I guess the chief, it should be up to you three, and just give me time, and I think Walter will be there, really.
Does this count as panel is completely derailed?
I'll try to call her again.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it hasn't really started yet, to be honest. I got up early for this. We've been like going back and forth on scheduling because we're all just trying to make sure our schedules work with one another. Everyone's got, other stuff going on, and like it's been a whole mess. You guys don't understand. Ugh. Someone's getting a phone call.
Hey, Willie.
Who had that on their bingo square?
Not really. We're waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, this is about the gun that was found that Divine had in his apartment. And I think Malton knows what happened there. I feel like Divine told me about it, but I don't think Tessa like dug into it really.
Neil and Pike. Sorry, not Neil. Neil and Willie pushing for Pike to be SDSO P&T lead.
Okay.
Pike's a good egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just left me with the problem. Not the problem. The question of like approvals for command and cert leads was Commissioner's office, right? So.
Well, it
It
doesn't
just is now, right? Like,
doesn't exist anymore. So yeah.
Like if we wanted to do that, I mean, it's the same with Moda, right? Like we as high command are making that decision. So
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't. If that's what they want, that's fine.
Celeste, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you.
Could have just one lead, or we make another one if there's someone for it.
We should tell her eventually, but if we don't need to run it by her or anything.
Yeah.
Oh man. Something tells me that she's not gonna be here.
You want to hear my idea for fixing communication or attempting to fix it?
Sure.
So you can fix that, then Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
Nobel Peace Prize.
we'll be
Yeah,
sitting
well,
pretty.
it won't be for external communication. I think the press officer thing is definitely a really good idea for that. But for internal, for announcements, remember how we were doing the bulletin board after like meetings and etc. And then it was like daily, but then it was every other day, and then it was weekly, and it was really hard to like stay on top of it. And people that weren't on duty weren't able to read it. So Doc started posting them in the PD announcements, but wouldn't add people for it. So it's kind of like they were there, but it kind of flooded the announcements channel.
Mm-hmm.
The fix is I get like a newsletter, and it'd be maybe like the threads that we have for P&T. So it's like a sub channel of the announcements, and people could have notifications on. We won't ping them, but they could just know that high command, maybe command have access to posting it, and then we could just do info dumps there. I think like big things like, you know, the deaths of people definitely should be like PD announcements, but things like operational, like let's say like PBSO getting bombed, it's kind of crazy that that was a message in the BCSO internal, but then Rangers, troopers, and LSPD weren't announced about that for, it was like 15 hours. So just like a unified area that everybody
if
has
I can be
access to.
totally blunt,
Go for it.
I don't think everything needs to be an announcement. I think there should be more of a focus on commands telling their subordinates what's going on as people come around. I think
It's so
you
hard
know,
to do that though, because
it's
you
really
have to
not.
pull people off patrol to constantly tell them everything.
You don't have to pull them off patrol to tell them something.
I mean, I love the idea of not the idea, but it used to kind of be a lot of deputies would come around and they would like call their corporal or their seniors, and they'd get like the rundown. The corporals would do the same for the sergeants, but there's been a communication breakdown.
Yeah, I think our sergeants are dragging their feet a lot, to be honest. I think there's a consistent complaint that they don't have enough to do, but they're also not willing to do the basics like inform people, you know, with what's going on. I know that.
I think they've got too much to do.
You think sergeants have too much to do?
Yeah,
What?
we had rank bloat with 60 of them, and we got rid of it, and now there's just like one sergeant per shift,
What do
and
the
a lot of
sergeants have
times
to
they
do
have to
that's
just
too
do like
much?
everything. It's normally everything. They
Well,
normally have to deal
walk
with
me
all
through
the
a
issues
day
of
in a
corporals and
sergeant's life.
deputies. Running patrol, organizing all the units, like approving everything, going through all the search warrants. And
Everything. What do
subpoenas.
you mean?
Patrol, the day to day.
What does that entail, though?
Or you were a watch commander, right?
Yeah.
That's what sergeant is, but with less support. We have like one sergeant per department per shift, so it's essentially you have Viv as the LSPD watch commander for shift one. A lot of time there is nobody else from command, for example, for Viv to bounce off from. So she's kind of like alone dealing with a lot of these issues, and then she
What are
doesn't
the
have that
issues,
many
though?
corporals.
We're talking like kind of nebulous, like they've got to do a lot, but yet what is like one example of something they have to deal with on a daily basis that is overwhelming?
Let's see, like staying on top of like search warrants, subpoenas,
That takes
organizing
5
patrol
minutes.
is like the big thing.
It takes 5 minutes to
Organizing
check the
patrol,
search warrant channel.
running patrol. Like just saying, like, what does that entail? But it's pretty self-explanatory. You're organizing and you're being like the commander for all the units responding to the crime in the entirety of San Andreas.
But that actively is like nothing. There's nothing to actually do. If 90% of the time, patrol requires no organization. It's just people go to calls as needed. People mark themselves 10-7 as needed. What is the active?
People aren't going to calls. People aren't marking themselves 10-7. 77s consistently get ignored. People consistently will get on stuff, and yep, maybe it's for good reason, right? Like maybe you have 20 people on duty, 5 of them are dealing with a raid, 6 of them are dealing with some call in channel 3 for a while, and then maybe you have another 5 that are like maybe FTOing and training. So you have 20 people on duty, and that sergeant is left with like 4 or 5 people on patrol, and they're still trying to be like an effective force, but they're unable to do that. That's a common issue all the time. It's like the resource management and the resources being spread very thin. In theory, yeah, people are on patrol and they're doing their job, and you know they're 10-8 and they're patrolling and whatnot, but that's just not how it is in reality.
So what does a sergeant have to do? Tell people to go 10-8 or go 10-7 and then make sure people get backup?
That is one of the many responsibilities of a sergeant.
Well, here's some other ones then.
We've already gone over the running the search warrants, making
Yeah, I mean,
sure
it takes-
everybody is doing that.
Takes 2 minutes to check the search warrants channel and see that nothing's in there. Or if something's in there, it takes 10 minutes to review
A lot
one.
of time they have to deal with complaints from civilian populace,
How often do you think
dealing
that
with issues
complaint
within
comes
the chain
in?
of command. The amount of times that sergeants have to deal with like reprimanding people.
How often does a complaint come in? A civilian?
Very
probably all the
often.
time.
We're talking like
I think you're vastly underestimating how much stuff is actually going on in the day-to-day, Svensson.
well, I'm asking about it, so I'm like,
Well, I mean, you're also kind of deflecting everything that Stubble's saying. You're saying it takes 2 minutes to do this, takes just do this, do that.
mhm.
It's kind of not the best way to look at it, I don't think. Because when I check in with my sergeants, they seem run ragged a lot of the time, and I have to try and help them because they're always extremely busy. They don't have time to do a lot of stuff because they're just inundated with a lot of stuff that they have to do.
I'm trying to determine what that stuff is. So I'm on the same page.
Everything.
A majority of the stuff
answer
is
can't be
chain of
everything.
command issues, complaints from other officers, dealing with processing errors. There are a lot of subpoenas going through, especially Shift 2. I know that for a fact, and that bogs them down quite a bit. It doesn't just take 2 minutes to do. They're dealing with patrol operations. When they are out on patrol, they are leading scenes, they are delegating, they're trying to keep things organized because sometimes the scenes get messy, especially in Shift 2. And that's something that I notice a lot, is that people just kind of struggle to know where they need to be. And, the people in charge need to help navigate that sometimes. I have to do it when I'm on a scene. It gets messy, and they have to deal with quite a lot. And each scene, honestly, I would say every single scene, there's always something that someone did wrong, that someone's complaining about, that there was some kind of problem that went on, and they just get bogged down by that.
Is that not what are the corporals doing in this situation? Where are the corporals at?
I don't
refusing
know.
to uphold their end, or are we having corporals that
I
don't want
think-
to do their job, or they're not enough corporals?
It's not enough.
It could
The scene
be.
lead stuff should be. Well, maybe we're not on the same page about this, but I think sergeants shouldn't be scene leading unless they really want to. It shouldn't be something they feel pressured to do. It should be something corporals are doing. Punitive action, it should be mostly corporals recommending strike points unless it rises to the occasion of a suspension. Corporals can recommend strikes, so they should be doing so. Processing errors should be corporals. Like 60% of this stuff should be corporals. If people aren't going to backup calls, corporal. If people aren't running seeds, corporal. Sergeants shouldn't be doing any of that. They should just be reinforcing the corporal. I view sergeants as more. You said watch commander. I think that's a good analysis, but and more of a administrative role, that they're like making sure the corporals have what they need and the corporals are doing what they need to do. They shouldn't be doing the corporal's job for them.
Well, that's why it goes to like the big point that I pushed for the last couple of weeks is we don't have enough corporals and we don't have enough sergeants, because a lot of time we have these buckles in the chain of command where let's take PBSO for example. At this time of day, there will never ever be a PBSO sergeant, and there might be Neil as at a BCSO sergeant. If Neil's not around, you might have Viv. So that's just for PBSO, and it's also like a UPD like scale. You don't really have a lot of sergeants. And then for the sergeants, you have the corporals for them to lean on. You might have Jenny and Anita, maybe, but you also have them busy with responsibilities like P&T. And then you have, what is it on the LSPD side? Minerva, also a lead of P&T. And on the state side, you might have some troopers and rangers. But there are so many responsibilities for people at these level, And if you just have one person in that spot or two, if they want to take a day off, because this thing shouldn't be a 24/7 responsibility. Being an officer in San Andreas, you need to be able to manage that time. And yes, our shifts are 8 hours, but to expect people to be around for those 8 hours every single day, 5 to 7 days a week is kind of insane. Like realistically, a shift here is like 4 to 6 hours, and we should be having like 4 corporals per shift based
Do you
for the
think that
first
we
4 hours.
need
and the
a
last 4.
sergeant per shift for every department?
For every department, depending on the scale of the department, yeah.
Why would? Well, okay. So my theory is that we have right now. There's only one exception to this. We have at least one sergeant per shift per department, right? We have, LSPD has 2 sergeants in shift 2, and SDSO doesn't have any. So that's like the one exception, but it kind of balances out, right? So as of right now, there's basically at minimum 3 or 4 sergeants per shift. So if anyone takes a day off, there should be another sergeant around or two. I guess we're unified commands, right? So what value does having a PBSO sergeant around every day versus a couple days a week bring is my question. Because if something happens day to day, you can go to the LSPD sergeant, the ranger sergeant, a trooper sergeant, an SDSO sergeant, or a PBSO sergeant. And if something isn't day to day and something's more, like every other day, or something kind of like something big happens, you'll find your sergeant once a week, at minimum. Everything needs to be solved right now, right here. Things could wait a little bit,
I don't know. I think it's great that we have a unified command, but it's still a lot of people have the mindset to just deal with it in-house. Yes, we have the same respect and responsibilities per each rank, but a lot of people would rather, as let's say an SDSO deputy, they'd rather go to a SDSO corporal for their issues rather than a PBSO one or an LSP one.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about sergeants specifically.
It's the same with sergeants. If a LSPD sergeant has an issue with a PBSO corporal, they'd rather have that communication and be able to use the PBSO sergeant because it's one of theirs. It's yeah, we're all on the same team, but it's like the day shift and the night shift.
But is it so urgent that I can't wait for a couple hours or a day to find their sergeant if they're so determined to? Because the thing is, I agree. We should always, generally speaking, we should have a sergeant or 2 around on most times.
Nash, thank you for
that's
the
kind of the case right now.
7 months.
Generally
Welcome
have a
back.
sergeant or 2 around right now, and we could use a few more corporals, no doubt. But I also don't want to promote people that aren't worth it, or aren't worthy, I guess is what I mean to say.
We have 1 sergeant around right now, and they are doing the BCSO combine, so nobody on patrol has a sergeant to help them out. So let's say, okay, what about the corporals?
Are you sure about that, by the way?
Well, Bloom just signed on, so that doesn't count. He signed moments. I don't even think he's on dispatch yet, so
he's on dispatch.
I defeated my point. God damn it, Bloom. He's also shift 2. I don't know why he's here. He can. Jesus. But it is consistently just 1 sergeant. Yes, we might have 3 or 4 per shift, but it's
Do you think that there's more than? Do you think that there's a need for? I mean, first of all, it's the weekends, which historically has always been low numbers. But are there so many major issues coming up that 1 sergeant can't handle most of it?
Alone, yeah, I'd argue, yeah. We had the issue of 57 sergeants, and it was terrible because way too many, and it resulted in them kind of doing nothing because there was always someone else to deal with it, right? Yeah. And there was loads of lieutenants and there's loads of high command, so a lot of issues just stopped at the very top or a little bit further down. So sergeant was kind of just a glorified corporal back in the day. I'm talking pre-restructure, but now it definitely feels well, we also have a new era of sergeants where they don't have a lot of experience, they don't have a lot of people to lean on, and they're just getting
the panel hasn't started yet. We're missing a person.
We went from too many to too little. I'm not saying we need to go back to having 5 sergeants per shift, but if you pad it with a couple of more, I think it's only a net positive because it gives people to lean on each other. If Viv had another sergeant in shift 1, fantastic. If Candace had another one, if we had a PBSO sergeant in late shift 1, early 2, great. Because at the moment, Bloom is kind of just on an island by himself.
How? I mean, he's got
And it's the
Bison
same-
and Carter, right?
Yeah, but in terms of running the department of PBSO for shift 2,
But what
that's not
needs to
their
be?
issue,
But he's
right?
not running the department for PBSO. The lieutenant would be, and obviously, we're going to fill that position. But I don't expect Bloom to be making unilateral decisions at the PBSO by himself.
That kind of is the responsibility of the current sergeant, is if there's no lieutenant around. Let's rewind it to when I was a lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm lieutenant and I'm not on duty, Bloom has the responsibility of lieutenant in that shift. Right? That's
What does he
that's
need
what
to
it's like
do
be a
that
sergeant.
couldn't wait
Just
until he
like
talks to you, though?
running the department.
Like,
You know,
but like
you
you can keep
have
saying
shift
that,
2
but that doesn't mean
PBSO.
anything if you're not willing to back it up with like what that actually defines. Because you can say
Hiring,
run the
staffing.
But
punishment,
who
the
is
chain of
is
command.
Bloom hiring anybody by himself? A sergeant should not be hiring by themselves.
He was trying to hire
Shouldn't
people
be.
through UPD, but would have to go through everyone else.
Right, but that's not because there's no other sergeants around. That's because we don't hire people. That's because sergeants don't hire people by themselves. They need to get the permission from their lieutenant and from PNT and from other people. That's not because there's only one sergeant per shift. That's because that just doesn't happen that way. We don't work that way. Sergeants don't hire, sergeants don't fire by themselves. They never have, they never will. More sergeants doesn't fix that issue. Like, I guess my question comes down to what would having an extra sergeant for Bloom accomplish other than like what does Bloom having a second sergeant accomplish on a day-to-day basis in the PBSO? What is he currently, what can't he do right now that he would be able to do with a second sergeant?
He could take a goddamn day off and not feel bad about it.
But he can
that's
take a day off. But they can definitely take a day off. I mean, we have Carter, Bundy, Flop. There's so many other sergeants that are around during that time frame.
Yeah, but they're not part of the department.
But what department specific issues are coming up that have to be solved in a 3-hour window before the next sergeant comes on duty?
There is a lot of like department issues that happen like
Name one.
Like infighting. You have people not being on the same page and they have issues with their fellow deputies, right? You'd rather, if it's like a personal thing and it has to come up at like a corporal level or a sergeant level, you'd rather someone from your own department deal with that than someone who doesn't have any of the context of the people in that department.
What are the corporals that can't get along? Is that happening a lot?
Sometimes.
It's kind of more of an issue with the corporals than it is sergeants.
The biggest, like if you have corporals that have issues with like deputies or they need support from command, and let's say Bloom decides to take a couple of days off, they have no one. Yet they have other members of command from other departments. But that's like the big thing. Yes, we have a unified command, and they could utilize the unified command, but it's not the same. That's like the big thing, I guess, that isn't getting conveyed, is people want to utilize their own department. There is still.
I think that's where I disagree.
I think
I'm fine for people utilizing their own commands, but it comes to a point where if you want to use your own commands and your sergeant is around for the day, you should be able to wait
I don't know,
for
man.
the next sergeant, or a day for your own sergeant, or email your sergeant or email your lieutenant, versus we need to have 3 sergeants per shift so everybody can talk to their sergeant constantly.
I'm not trying to get 3 sergeants per shift.
2 sergeants per shift, whatever. The point is that I don't think that these issues are so urgent we need another sergeant in that shift. I think if you want to go to your own commands, your own department commands, totally get that. That's respectable. But sometimes you got to wait because it's their day off, or they're not around right now, or they're starting later today or whatever. But if it's urgent, there is PD command around all the time, 90% of the time. I would be confident to say there is a member of PD commands around 100% of the time as of right now.
Doc, what's the reasoning for having Bison, Moulton, Carter, and Sweets 4 members of command in the shift? I'm not trying to I just like to see the reasoning for it.
So initially it was just Sweets, and then it was Carter and Bison were seniors. And Sweets is essentially what you were to the PBSO in terms of LSPD. He's kind of, essentially the head of LSPD for Shift 2. And he was embodying that position. So we pushed him up to an LT. And after having discussions with Sweets, we felt like Bison and Carter were fulfilling the roles of a sergeant already as seniors, so we bumped him up. Mountain came in as a transfer, and yeah, that was basically
He's a
it.
transfer and he's Malton. He's the exception to the rule where he's like
Right.
sergeant but not on
yes.
patrol because he does all the Malton things.
Right.
Like,
yes.
I do not want to go back to the whole like LSPD has 2 sergeants, so we need to have 2 sergeants to PPSO. But my argument for the people to have sergeant positions is because they're worthy of that position. There very much is a need to have multiple sergeants on paper, because if you have Bloom, for example, the only shift 2 sergeant that is 56 hours of the week, 8 hours, 7 days a week that he has to cover, and let's say day off, that's still 49 hours. That's an insane amount of coverage that one person has to do, regardless of that.
But he doesn't
people
have
are
to
still
cover all that
deserving of
time. We
sergeant.
have other sergeants. Like, I think that's where we're fundamentally not
Yeah,
seeing eye
but
to
there
eye.
are other sergeants in other departments.
Right. But if there, I don't think there's any issue that is so urgent and needs to be handled right now that you can't go to a different sergeant about. I think if it's a department on department issue, they can go to their sergeant when they're available. They can wait a couple days or a couple hours. But if it's urgent, there is a sergeant available to handle it.
So our people that
not
are
everything
deserving of
needs to be
sergeant
solved.
can't have it because there's sergeants from other departments. They're not allowed to have progression in
I
their
think
career.
that's a
and
gross
move up.
exaggeration of what I'm saying, but I
Well,
guess you want
the
to phrase it that
argument is
way.
like we can't have more people in sergeants because there's plenty of sergeants from other departments. But you have people in shift 2, for example, Anita Pond, they would be fantastic in a sergeant position. And then in shift 1, you have Muller and Jenny, right? But if there's the argument that we don't need more sergeants because there's sergeants from other departments, they're just not allowed to progress in their careers.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's how it works. Because, I mean, to be blunt, yes. Because here's the thing: are there people in PD that are deserving of high commands? Absolutely. Can we afford to get them all in the high commands? Absolutely not. You know, is Snow a great officer who I would support being in high commands? Absolutely. Yes. Is someone like Raven someone I would support being in high command? Yeah. He's not active. But my point is more or less like, if we're going to promote people based like I would love to live in a world where we could promote everybody based on their qualities of their actions and the merits of their responsibilities, but we can't have 20 people in high commands and we can't have 100 in command. So eventually someone is going to get bottlenecked below where they deserve, and they're going to have to wait their turn, or they're going to have to go above and beyond to prove themselves. The issue is that I mean, look at command right now. There's probably people in command you want to be high commands. Can't do it. We're gridlocked, unless Dark or you get fired, or I step down, or Tessa steps down, or anyone else, or we want to promote them above us to commissioner. They just can't go anywhere. There's nowhere to put them, right?
Well,
and the
I
same
just don't
thing
think
applies.
we're gridlocked in command. I agree with the high command thing, but I do not think that we're gridlocked in command.
Well, something else we have to realize is BCSO
Voyeurs, and thank you for the 2 hacking years.
LSPD
Welcome back.
is not
Appreciate
just
you.
one department versus PBSO versus SDSO. BCSO has double their sergeants in every shift because we have SDSO and PBSO, right? And without Shelby, we're down one now, and we'll probably fill that at some point if we find someone for it. But ultimately, Reed brought this up last time, and it's a great point. It's that, yeah, they might have Sweets and Carter for shift 2, and they might have Bison as well. But, I mean, in BCSO, we have double sergeants in every shift already.
But we also have double the people. We have something like 130 to 40
Makes
people.
no deputy game
LSPD,
warden.
like
He's
80.
technically state. I mean,
Like, we're very bottom heavy in the chain of command.
that wouldn't make any sense
That's
at
why I
all
don't think it's like insane
in
to have
RP. I just
one sergeant in PBSO and one in SDSO
it
in
wouldn't
shift
make
3.
sense.
That's all we need for the total of something like.
If we were gonna do
Hold on,
something
let me
like
take a
that
look.
and
I
bring
actually have the numbers.
Snow up to high
16
command, he would
SDSO
be
and
high
12
command of the
PBSO.
troopers.
So that's
like
around 30 people. And then
there wouldn't
shift 1,
be
we
a
have something
reason for
like
us to pull him in
50
to the
60
Rangers.
people in the BCSO
I don't have
compared
food,
to
by the way.
26 in LSPD.
Kind of hungry. No, I'll just order
No,
delivery.
I don't have any food.
Is my food
I've
still
got
good?
some sandwiches actually.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
We have 55 people in BCSO shift 2. And how many members of command? 2. 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant. LSPD, for example, 22. And I really do not want to do this comparison game, but we kind of have to because I need to be able to justify this. Because we do need those members of command. Because the chain is that big. We have a lot of people in our departments, and they need those people to go to. I'm consistently getting feedback from people for the last 3 or 4 months. That
Yeah,
the deputies
I
in
feel
ship
like
one, that
trying to
they
bring
don't, they
Snow
didn't
in
have
as a
seniors, and now they don't have
deputy
corporals to
game
go
warden
to,
just
and now
wouldn't.
they don't have sergeants either.
It's almost
It's not a
disrespectful.
matter of going
Like
from
I feel like
60
that would
members
be.
of command back down to 20
I
that
don't
you
know. I
currently
don't like
have, and I'm
that.
trying to say, hey, let's go back up to 40, 50. It's a matter of going from 20 to like 23 to 25. Just a few more across the board doesn't destroy the entire system. It helps it.
Listen, there's definitely people we've talked about that will be sergeants eventually. We also have to consider that for a lot of these people, that promotion might be the last one they get for ever. You know, I mean, unless something crazy happens like a restructure, whoever gets sergeant, you know, it's probably sergeant until they fuck up so bad that they get fired or they retire or something. You know,
I still don't want a deputy game warden.
we really can't
I
rush to put people in positions because
like
there's
being
nothing
where
else
I'm
to
at
do
right
anymore
now.
too. You know, like that's just them for
I like how the
future, and
Rangers
then
are functioning.
gonna,
I
you
think
know,
we're
that's why I'm not
fine.
rushing to fill the lieutenant slots because things are working pretty well right now. And yeah, PBSO should have a lieutenant, and we'll do interviews for it in a week or so. But whenever we put that lieutenant in, they're a lieutenant indefinitely until you retire or I retire. You know, that's it. You know, so there's really no rush to do it because when things are moving somewhat smoothly, which I think they are, then there's no urgent need for it. And the same thing goes for these sergeants where, I mean, I think I'll say the quiet part out loud. Like, you know, I thought Jenny was going to go to the troopers, but if she doesn't end up doing that, she definitely deserves a sergeant position. But sergeant's the end of the road for her, unfortunately, unless she gets lieutenant, you know? There's just nowhere else to go, fundamentally. So I'm not rushing to put people in a position that's going to be the end of their trajectory. And I'm not trying to hold them back unnecessarily either, but I want to make sure that we're not putting people in positions because it's really easy to promote someone. Everyone feels good about it. Everyone feels happy about it. It's an exciting moment for them and for us, and everyone's patting on backs. But it's you can't take promotions back easily. You just can't. So I'm always cautious about promoting people.
I think you can take promotions back. It's ugly, and it sometimes will result in people just
Incredibly
quitting,
ugly, yeah.
right? Like
Exactly.
they'd normally just quit.
It's
resign,
humiliating
give
for them
up.
too.
I mean, that's what happened with Silas, right? We were probably going to take Sergeant from him. He could feel that coming, and he just quit, right?
Well,
It's also really hard to do it because Silas probably should have had Sergeant taken away from him weeks prior, months prior, because he wasn't fulfilling that role. But we couldn't
hold
do
on. You're speaking out of turn now because that's not what I felt about Silas. That's not what I feel about Silas.
Well, maybe that's just me
And
personally.
I had not made my mind up about Silas and what I was going to do. I mean, there were people in the room like that suggested that he be removed, that he be fired. There were people that suggested he gets like a week suspension, and there were people that, you know, the people were pulling me all kinds of different ways. At the end of the day, I was still hearing him out when he quit. So I don't want this to come off as like, you know, any other kind of way. I want to be clear that he quit. He quit before I even came up with before I, hand to God, even had a decision made in my own head. He quit. So that's the truth.
That's true. I was there.
And, you know, in hindsight, after talking to Toretti a lot, Silas had some valid points. But it is kind of ironic they both quit.
Hey, on the plus side, Chief's awake, so I'll give Brian a call and should I tell him to come here for 1/2 past the hour?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. Hey, would you mind if we start a little bit earlier at 1/2 past the hour, so in 24 minutes? Yeah, we'll be over at SCSO. Okay, Brian said, yeah, at the half past the hour is good for him, so he'll be down here. I did tell him you could bring, and I hope I wasn't under any illusions here, because this is what we did with Silas too, but I told him you could bring an officer advocate. Is that all right?
Sure.
No, I don't think we should have officer advocates for a panel. The whole point is to hear, this isn't internal affairs. We're here to hear them out. We're not prosecuting them or anything.
Okay, all right. He did say he was going to bring the senator, but I told him not to do that. So
I can't exactly keep the senator out.
Yeah, he's unlimited
Yeah.
power.
okay, I'll send him a text. Say scratch the officer advocate. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna grab some water before we start.
There are so few units available to do anything right now. It's like, there's dispatch. There's a bike dispatcher. There's one active vehicle. 2, 3, 4. Like 4 units actually probably out on patrol, and even then, I'm not sure. They're doing some kind of, I think it's a hiring event. I'm not really sure. It's interesting. Like dispatch will hold it down, yeah. I'm not even sure. Hold on, what the heck is happening over here? Why are they here? Okay. I think the only people on patrol are in the Gentry Manor right now. And we have Bobby and Aurora messing with the prison. Oh, and there's Louise. Just doing stuff. Ranger's holding it down. Sorry, chat. You don't see the command chat popping off. It's just funny. You'll never know. You'll never know what's being said. Leak it? Okay, I'm leaking it. Sweet said he's going golfing. That's it. That's the leak.
I'm just going through the roster. Libby York's a corporal now, right? Ruby York.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, Chief.
Updated.
Sorry about the miscommunication.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
It wasn't mine,
probably
this slipped
confused
from my
things.
alarm. Now my body just is not liking waking up like at this time so many mornings.
No, I can imagine. Okay. So what you said about this not being, I understand, but do we want to read Miss Garrity warning at all?
No. I know. I don't. I mean, I guess you're asking me, and I don't want to make the decision for the entire group. But no, I don't want to do that. I've never liked the Garrity warning. I don't. If you're asking if I want to do it, no. I mean, if you look at the way that the hiring and the legislation is, we don't need to do any of that shit.
I mean, yeah,
We-
you're not
we-
wrong.
We could fire someone for looking at us
I'll
wrong.
say this much. I have no interest in prosecuting him. You know, what thus far I don't really know if we have any evidence of him actually committing a crime. It's more of a morality question. So I don't really think we're here to try and prosecute him.
Yeah, I view this as more, from what we've talked about, an evaluation whether he should still be a cop here
Yeah.
and work with us, rather than is he in trouble and is it going to be punitive action?
Yeah, I agree. Though, with the thing I posted with the numerous points that have come up about Brian, one of which is that thing about Axel with him and Brian conspiring to murder Divine. So, you know.
Oh yeah, we need to
That's-
figure out if we're going to suspend Axel or not still, right?
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Good
Just
one.
lighting in the mood a
okay,
little bit.
all right. Okay, yeah.
Just lighting in the mood.
Whew.
Yeah, we.
That one took
we
care of
stalled too
itself,
long.
right, guys?
Oh my god.
I still don't know why he marched in there. If I'm honest with you guys,
I don't either.
he was suspended at the time. I thought
Well, apparently he was.
he went out like a
operating
hero,
as
from what I heard.
he
trained
joined the
himself
DOC.
Oh,
But he was DOC.
Yeah, and here's the worst thing. He took my old call sign 703,
No.
which is the call sign for the captains. And there's a folk legend of the captain's curse that anybody that has that will die, resign, or quit within a month. And apparently he said to
Oh,
someone
God.
that he might die today. Like someone said, you know, that call sign's got a curse, you might die. And he was like, well, so be it. If I'm next, then that's it. And then hours
have you
later,
guys heard about this DOC captain curse? That whoever's in
Nope.
charge of DOC dies within like a couple months.
Oh my God.
I made it out.
That's well done, Seville.
So far,
Oh my god.
He's got a point. So yeah, my point is that obviously there is a possibility of the whole, you know, conspiracy to commit murder thing. Given I got a official statement from someone who was there, who said there was no joking involved. So
Not funny.
yeah, I think you know, I'm in agreement. Let's you know, if there is any criminal stuff that has happened, then we can deal with it after he's been removed as a police officer, and we can treat him like a civilian. So, yeah, I'll come around. I'll come around this.
Power move, take the podium.
Chief, I'll leave this spot next to the sheriff for you. I'll leave that one, and I'll sit here.
Did she fall asleep?
It's certainly possible. I'll go. Chief, you want some coffee? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go get some coffee. And then I'll
I'll
go.
what I'm doing right now. I'll be fine soon. I'll be fine soon.
I'll go grab Brian as well once he's here.
I wonder if they made an arrest out there. Where's Brian?
All right, I'll go upstairs with Brian. Should be soon.
I'm also gonna grab a drink.
Oh, I'm tired. Had a late stream last night. Yeah, we did. I didn't go to bed until pretty late either. And when I did go to bed, I didn't sleep great. Kind of tossed and turned a lot. Worrying about the stupid car stuff from yesterday, and shortly after the car stuff got sorted out and we got the tow truck to bring it here, I was informed that my dad was in the hospital, so I just was not having a great day yesterday. He's good now. Don't really have any answers as far as like why he needed to go, but they're waiting on some tests. That was the phone call I got yesterday. It's just right as I started the stream. He's having trouble breathing, so they had to bring in there via ambulance, which that's never fun. But I was told that he's feeling better today. He was sitting up watching TV, so that's the latest update. I don't really know anything else, but I know that I inherited my lungs from him, and that's why I have so many problems. We're two peas in a pod. Inheriting bad body parts is always amazing. Yeah. Genetics are cruel. I just wish I was there, you know? It's hard to be 1,000 miles away. Can't just, drop everything and go to the hospital. Hmm. My father escaped prison twice in your lifetime. What? That seems like an interesting story. Hey Jack, how's it going? I'm alright. Just waiting for this panel to start. We're all kind of just hanging out. I don't know what's going on, but there we go.
Just try to sit wherever. You're fine.
All right.
You don't want a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or anything, Brian?
I should be good. I got some water right here.
Great, that's good. That's good. Well, I'll kind of start off. Given
You
I was
mind
appointed.
speaking up?
Yeah, of course. I was appointed by the commissioner to kind of handle your panel and everything. So I'll kind of start this off. Just to make sure you're aware, this is a high command panel. Essentially to review your, I guess, your current position in the police department following events which occurred on Sanguine and other things that have, or other accusations and things that have come up since. Okay. So have you got any questions or anything before we start?
No, I should be good.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess if nobody minds, I'll start with the elephant in the room, really, which is the EMS bombing. Would you be able to just to tell us from your side of things the events which occurred on Sanguine regarding that situation?
Yeah, I can do that. All right. So I was a part of Foxtrot, consisting of individuals from the MCU. Foxtrot was split into Foxtrot Alpha and Foxtrot Bravo. Our primary objective was to infiltrate their communication lines, being the Sanguinians. Secondly, it was to take out the AA cannons. And thirdly, in phase 3 was to plant 3 bombs around the villa. That third objective was the most important. Roughly around the time phase 2 went into phase 3, after Axel had managed to push our troops through alongside Angel. We were met with a lot of resistance over at the villa. Before we got into the area of the phase 3, we had learned that there was a singular bomb that had already been utilized. Not really sure for what. But we had 2 remaining. On behest of Axel, we attempted to use it to blow open a gate. Obviously, that wasn't successful. Eventually, we did manage to get some det cords over to the area, after which we started opening gates and doors. We were met with heavy resistance, ultimately leading to, if I were to estimate, I believe like 8 to 10 officers slash soldiers, however you want to cut it. At this stage, or prior to that stage, there was a call for the doctors and the EMS to join our forces. Now, I want to be very clear about this. This wasn't just the senator's decision, but it was a decision from someone else on the comms. I just don't recollect who. And to be very explicit about this, they had, not only did they have arms already, but they're equipped from weapons laying on the ground. And they began to not only hold corners, but actively work side by side. Now, after what I believed was a conscription of said individuals,
Friendly Kruger, thank you for the 16 months.
got to
Welcome
a
back.
position where the Sanguinians had holed themselves up in what appeared to be a catacomb. Inside, we didn't know how many individuals were in there. as the gates, as how do I put this? It was kind of like a kill zone, or like a, the word I'm looking for.
Kill hole.
Yeah, like a kill hole or something. If they, you know, it's a, if you get in front of that door, you're gonna get blasted.
Yeah.
Like a meat grinder.
Like
That's the word I'm
casino
looking
vault.
for. Exactly. At this stage, we had lost like maybe 3 or 4 officers down in that little kill hole. And that is when the senator started to make contact with, I want to say, Kyle Pred. In that conversation, as was relayed to me, Pred was requesting medical and possibly food. We had, I think, about an hour and a half had passed by until that phone call was made. The rest of the villa was clear, and we were certain that there wasn't any enemy combatants left, at least in those areas. And his request was to have the EMS go down there under the guise of providing medical and plant a bomb. So he called me over. He asked me if I had a bomb. He asked that I show the EMS how to plant such a device. And I proceeded to let her know how that would be done. Now, I want to be very clear here that she was very interested in taking these steps. Secondly, this was the senator's order. Thirdly, as far as I'm concerned, she was conscribed. She proceeded to, attempt to plant it, and she was shot.
Okay, just say again why you had the impression that EMS were conscripted.
It was made very clear over the radios that we needed backup, and the doctors and EMS were asked to join us. They had been holding corners and clearing rooms alongside the other soldiers at this stage. That includes discharging their firearms towards Sanguinians and firing rockets.
Okay, so what was the agreement that, was it yourself that made with somebody on the inside, or was it somebody else?
I'm sorry?
So somebody had made an agreement with somebody on the inside. How did you know the medic was clear to go down there?
So it was originally said over the radio by the senator, I believe. I received a phone call from Pred, after which he then decided to call the senator. And he also relayed that over radio as well.
Okay.
Everyone was under the impression it was for medical and food, but it was, the actual plan by the senator was to send EMS down. And like I said, I gave the instructions, also relayed with, made sure, since I didn't know actually what it took, I asked one of the others on radio, like what the settings would be. I also recommended she do so in a manner that it could be done in a manner by which her survivability would be increased. The intent was to plant it and for her to run out. Now, note that at this stage, the understanding of the layout was not to the degree that, at least I would not have had the impression that she could not plant it and then run her way out, especially if done so under the guise of one of the Sanguinian bodies. So she'd like slip it under and then run out. I also don't believe the senator had, from the information we had at the time, I don't think he realized the level of danger that she ultimately, obviously it was dangerous, but I don't think he intended that she would have gotten stuck down there.
Right. Okay. So what were the instructions that you gave to her? You said that to increase her survivability. What were those instructions?
She was gonna go down there. She was to, instead of doing it like out in the open, find a corner, uh, present a series of make it look like she's going to be providing medical, right? Like maybe check someone over a little bit and then slip in the C4 and run out. The instruction to running out was originally the senator's, but those additional steps I provided.
Okay. So to clarify, when the senator told you this plan, what was your opinion on the plan? You thought it was a good one, or?
Not particularly. However, I don't think we had many options left, and he was very resolute in executing this regardless.
Okay. All right. So at the current time, you said that you were essentially in a fatal funnel down at this catacomb. So
Yes, this started pretty late.
Had you sent officers down already and they'd been shot?
I think there was a few that originally, the few that had originally gotten shot, even discovering that this is where they were holed up. It was the ones that were shot down while the clearing had taken place.
Okay. All right. Is it correct that while you were having discussions with the senator and the EMS about this plan, that there was another officer that turned up? Is that right?
That is correct. That's going to be Bice.
Okay. Could you explain the events that occurred around when Bison appeared in the situation?
Yeah, sure. So at this stage, EMS or combat medic or soldier or whatever kind of nomenclature you want to use, she had we're about 90% through this conversation, and was about to be underway. And Bison showed up with shrapnel covering his body, and as he typically does, kind of showed up just to listen in the tea, and I was very agitated. He, for obvious reasons, and he then proceeds to immediately say, "Are you sending down an EMS suicide bomber or something along those lines?" Which then resulted in the three of us asking him what the fuck he's thinking, due to the ridiculousness of the statement. How he arrived to that conclusion, I don't know, as he was only heard about 5 seconds of, at best, of what was said. Now the allegations that I've heard through the hallways is that I stuck a gun to him and threatened to kill him. I can assure you that there was no gun pointed at him. I would have remembered that because that's some psycho shit. As to what I told him, the allegation is that I threatened to kill him, which I don't know if I said that, but I would have said something out of agitation and frustration with, I don't know how you want to, how I can phrase this, at the ridiculousness of the situation he sort of presented himself in.
What did you say to him?
I don't remember.
I mean, was it like, get away or I'll kill you, or?
It's possible. If I were to guess, if he said it's possible, yes.
Did you have an intent to kill him if you didn't?
No. Anything that I would have said would have been out of frustration and would not have been with any sort of actionable weight behind it.
I mean, did you have a gun even if it wasn't pointed? Did you draw a gun? Did you hover
Gun
your
would have
hand
been
over
out
your
already.
holster? Okay, so your gun
I
was
had a
out
gun
already.
out at all times. Yes.
Okay, and did you like maybe shift the way you're holding it or anything? Like, because
No.
the allegation we've heard is you pointed it. I think.
It is, and I can tell you that if I actually pointed it, I would have known.
That's actually not what has been stated. Unless someone else has been told that, because that's not what I heard in any of the discussions that I had with people.
Yeah, I heard he pointed it. What did you
Okay.
hear?
I heard it was just at his side. You know, he was holding it.
Okay.
I had a
sounds
two-handed
accurate.
silenced, I think MP5, if I'm not mistaken. But, given the circumstances, we had it out at all times, especially since we had potential bogeys on the outside and Russian bombers flying consistently overhead. As to whether I actually threatened him, I truly do not remember. All I remember is my intent of annoyance, and anything I would have said was to indicate that he needs to fuck off in order to maintain operational security. Obviously, what was being told to her, regardless of how I felt about it, the senator was it was his order. He was going to go through with this regardless of my input. And if she was going to be doing this, it needed to be done in a way that her security was, her survivability was higher than without me. Look, I don't want to say too much about Bison, but I know that the fear that went through my head immediately, especially given the circumstance that he was already putting himself in, it would not surprise me if he dilly-dallied his way down to where the rest of the combat was taking place and started yapping. And that could have gotten back to the individuals inside and would have assuredly decreased her ability to, get out of there. I'd like to further indicate that, look, I have heard a lot of things through the hallways. And actually, you know what? I'm not even going to touch that. This senator also wanted to kill him after he walked away.
When you say Brian, you said Bison, you're worried about Bison yapping and them hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you implying that you think Bison would have been as careless to say this in front of them in a way they would have heard it, or to someone else that would have transmitted it? All the
Yes.
above, or you think he would have gone in there and told them himself?
I don't think he would have went over there, but I think Bison has a tendency to sip tea and then yap around. And if there was any potential that he may have gone and done so, that was a concern. Which I believe is very much represented, given the fact that following these events, following him walking away, the senator was already he was already dead set on him going and telling those, like the word getting around and it getting to the people down there, that he asked me on a number of occasions if he needed to be taken out and ocean dumped. Despite me believing that the senator was right and knowing Bison's history and him looking, sort of pigeonholing his thoughts, regardless of what the outcome of that would be, I let the senator know that Bison would not be an issue and prevented any action being taken by the senator towards Bison. I would like to also point out that I did this against, this is fully well knowing as well that by the time I hit Sanguine and before those prisoners were inside the cells, a Bolingbrook or had any opportunity to get their hands on any digital devices, the hallways and Twitter were already referencing the statement that I sent a suicide bomber into the catacomb.
Did you really expect her to get out alive after planting a bomb?
No, I'm rather referencing that information got out before any of the individuals involved or the EMS or the senator would have been able to speak to the matter.
Right. So by your own statement just now, you didn't believe that she was going to get out of there alive. So I guess the question is,
that's not what that's not what I meant to say. I believe that there was a chance, but at the same time, I understood that the orders given by the senator could have resulted in her getting injured. I mean, we're in the midst of a war. We've literally are losing people left and right. We've already conscribed doctors and EMS to fight alongside us. I think we're on hour 7 or 8. I mean, the sheer fact that the senator even wanted to do this in the first place, and with it being, despite whether or not Bison would have said something, I think it was pretty clear that everyone knew that something was about to go down. I don't think there was very many options left. I even hesitate to know in the moment, if there was any other option. It's hard to say.
From where you were in that villa location, were you able to hear the people down the hall, I guess?
Mm,
Could you hear them talking or anything? Or shouting anything to you?
I was not in a position to know that. There was some yelling back and forth. Yes.
Okay. At any point did you
and that
hear?
is only because that was primarily because there was a megaphone, and you could tell by the distortion.
Okay. So one of the allegations I think that came up was that the people down the hall had indicated that no one was to come down the hallway, and anyone who did would be killed. Did you
That
hear
is not true.
that at all?
That is not true, and it's also counter to the LSPN video.
Okay.
In fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it captures some of the phone call between Senator Davis and Pred, in
Yeah,
which,
it does.
and like I said, the look, this is kind of like one of the. Keep in mind that we were at a stalemate, and people are bleeding out.
Yeah.
I'm getting phone calls of them eating their own and eating our own. I had to listen to Forehead slurping on someone's toes.
Ew.
I had to hear Clarkson doing the same. It was a very grim scene. And pressed up against us was already an option of let's starve them out. And it was an option that would be very difficult to enact for a number of reasons. I mean, we already waited like I think an hour and a half, 2 hours had gone by. And don't don't hold me to those numbers. I mean, time was not passing. It was hard to kind of track time, but a lot of time had gone by already. Options are being limited. We don't know what the fuck to do. I mean, it's a fucking kill hall, and this seemed. I'm not surprised Senator Davis started to think outside of the box, irrespective of what my personal beliefs around that would have been. But I do know that I'm not advocating for him, but I think he does deserve some level of consideration here. Is that this wasn't exactly like his first option? No one had option.
I mean, sure, but you know, we can chat to Senator Davis about that. But you said that we had people inside their bunker already, like PD.
Not that I'm aware of. They were eating their own, from my understanding, at that
Oh, they were
stage.
even their own people. I see.
Correct. It was later, much after the medic was shot by Conan Clarkson, that
What is that?
That's moose pit.
it was much afterwards that they started to take bodies in, including hers, and started to eat them.
Okay. So so to get the timeline right, she was sent down and then she was shot before she could get in the room. Is that right?
Yes, as you can see in the video, they went against whatever that the Davis had agreed to with them.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead, Tessa.
Sorry. When Bison came over and was talking to you, where was Veronica, the EMS?
She was with us.
So she would have heard that exchange.
Yes. Though I want to point out the following, and while it may not be my place to explain how this should have been looked into, I was made aware that Bison is the one that approached her first as a victim, supposedly, as the investigator, and taking her statement. It is wholeheartedly bizarre that she went from not only being interested and more than willing, asked multiple times if she was comfortable, and not sort of in any way other than like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Do you understand the risks? Not once, not twice, not three times, but also after everything was given to her. And then all of a sudden her statement switches. Now, you might be wondering, how do I know all these things? Everything that surrounded this leaks through the hallways. I don't want to touch on that too much, but it's if what I'm being told she's been saying is true, it is completely counter to what transpired.
What have you been hearing that she said?
That that Bison was held up and that she was put in a position to do this that she was pressured into it. I can tell you that's very far from the truth. And it's not until she was questioned that story flipped, and not before Nick Simone, who's got direct involvement with the Eastern Front, or whatever the hell they call them, with her boyfriend, may have incited her to follow that line of, TJ Walker's fucking twatter dribble.
I guess my question would be there, Brian. If we have two separate witnesses saying that you pulled a weapon out and threatened to kill somebody, and they were questioned separately, are you saying they collaborated their story and made that out?
I would say that if I was investigating something, I would never allow a victim to be investigating their own situation. And that inherently any statement she has made could be not only coerced by the other quote unquote victim, and not only is it counter to investigating anything, but also counter that her boyfriend, who has a complete interest in this, being able to get her statement before anything. It just doesn't follow any logic.
Do you think Bison coerced her statement?
I think her or Nick may have. I think some of the stuff on Twitter may have. I think some of the witch hunting over this entire thing that has transpired may have wanted her to take the safer option. Yes. I think there's a lot of reasons that may have motivated her to seem very non-compliant for her own well-being.
Okay. So to clarify, did Brian? So if we've asked Bison the question of did you pull a weapon out and did Brian threaten to kill you? And if he said yes, is he lying?
1000%. Yeah, I didn't pull out a weapon. Like I don't. Yeah,
Okay. Did you have a weapon out?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, of
Ignore the
course.
pull out part. So if I ask you the same question, so if I asked, if I told you Bison has said you had a weapon out and you threatened to kill him, he was lying. That's what you're saying. It's a very simple question.
If he said I had a weapon out and I threatened to kill him, yes, I believe he's lying.
Okay. So you said earlier that you couldn't remember what you said to him. So how can you say he's lying?
I have no reason to believe that anything that Bison says, given the everything that has transpired and his behavior, would make me believe a single word that has come out of his mouth. Especially when subsequently I know damn well what happened between the EMS, myself, and the senator, and these statements that are coming out allegedly are completely counter to what I witnessed. So yes, I question it all.
Okay. So if you'd say that Bison was lying, you're also saying that the EMS was lying, given she gave the exact same statement.
Given the rest of her statement is filled with falsehoods, yes, I believe she was coerced, and what she was saying was repeating what was on Twitter, what Nick would have heard, and what was stated allegedly by the victim that was investigating her. I mean, the entire thing is tainted.
Okay. When
it's borderline like I you know, I think it's rather straightforward that, look, if why did no one else go and question her?
I did.
on the day,
Yes, prior to the engagement of Bison.
We can't move past what Tessa just said. I mean, do you want to add anything?
I did speak with her, but I can't say it was before Bison got to her. That is actually true.
Yeah, and I hope you guys understand. Like, I'm not trying to be like obtuse here, but yeah, from my perspective, I hit back the shores of San Andreas or Los Santos. The prisoners aren't even sent up yet. I'm having to like help Erin, as she's like pretty much the only one handling all these people being sent up. It's a fucking shit show with like maybe 5 people left that can, you know, handle these things. And the allegations that I've strapped a bomb to the EMS and sent her in on a suicide bombing is already through the hallways. There's no one else who could have made such a statement. So, you know, look, I could sit here and just take on all these claims, right? But I'm not going to twist my own perspective to, you know, I'm still rather agitated that this could have been handled very differently.
So you said that the EMS was dragged into the bunker.
So what had happened was, obviously in the video, you saw that they reneged on their original deal, and Clarkson then shot her. I know this because he told me. We also
Oh my God.
know that it was like a single or 2 shots. It wasn't like she was mag-dumped. It was observably like a single individual. So all of that lines up.
Oh no.
And then before we were able to get her out, and we did try to get, you know, the folks out, from that little door that we later found out was like a singular door leading to like a small hallway to another door. He popped out, grabbed her, and went back in. His claim to me was he saw her strapped with a bomb and he decided to shoot her.
Okay. So the people that you said were tweeting out from the bunker were aware that she was strapped with a bomb.
No.
What part have I just misunderstood? Because you just told me that they dragged her in. Conan knew she had a bomb on her.
No one was strapped with a bomb. I'm sorry. I don't know if I did what I said. What part did I say was? I'm confused now.
You confused about the word strapped versus planted? Like, where was the bomb? Are you saying that it was slid under her vest? Should I use different semantics here to make this
She had it in her pocket. She wasn't strapped with a bomb, Dark.
Okay, we're all getting semantics here.
No, I think it's fair. The strapped carries a connotation of like it's against her will and that like she was rigged to blow versus Brian's alleging that it was given to her, it was inert, and she was going to go plant it.
Yeah, Clarkson is inferring that he knew that the bomb existed on her person when he fired. Now, I know that's ridiculous, right? That's what he stated to me, but it was in her pocket. There was no expectation that they would know that a bomb is even entering into there in the first place. It would have gone completely counter to what the intent was.
That makes sense. But regardless, per the LSPN video, they were very aware that she had a bomb on her person when she was shot and dragged into that bunker, correct?
No. May I ask, has everyone seen the LSPN video?
Yeah. His from the video, this is them robbing her, and as they captioned, C4 revealed.
This is when they would have known.
And that's Clarkson
So she
standing in the back left.
She
the one that went
was
through her pockets.
So she shot him, and then as you can see in the video, it was afterwards. Clarkson stated to me on the phone after all of this, I believe from Bolingbrook, that he had seen her strapped with a bomb and shot her. He was very happy to have done so.
Right. But per the LSPN video, while the holdout was still happening, they discovered she had a bomb on her person.
After she was shot and we were trying to recover her, the doors opened, Clarkson grabbed her and brought her in. Which is when this is taken.
That's a known fact at this point. And then you've also stated that they were actively tweeting from inside the bunker, which means before the holdout was finished, everybody in there was aware that she had a bomb on her person and she had come in to provide medical and give food, and they had access to water. So how can we reasonably assume that it was Bison who leaked when they had public access to Twitter at the time?
The context. The twats were generalized, and the hallway talk that transpired upon hitting the ground was now in reference to me.
Okay.
The PD is sending bombs, transitioning to Brian strapped a bomb to an EMS and sent her in. The verbiage is very important here.
Okay, I understand.
It is only Bison that would have introduced my involvement in any which way.
What was your conversation with Pred that you had on the phone when he was in the bunker?
Something along the lines of, I don't talk to the dogs or something. I'm going to talk to your, in other words, he was telling me to go fuck myself and he's going to talk to the senator, after which the call to the senator was made.
Okay. All right. Well, regardless, we're not here about Bison. So when I first pulled you in to talk about this in the captain's office, and I asked you specifics about the details of the bombing, you said that you couldn't tell me.
That is
And
correct.
then
Some
I
of the
should talk to
details, some of the
senator.
specifics, as yes, that is correct.
Right. And why was that?
I was given so upon landing back in San Andreas and all the allegations hitting the hallways of which the senator was made privy to, he was hearing this alongside other allegations that started to go out, of which, look, some of the shit was dumb enough that, it was, things were very exaggerated on a number of topics. When he became aware of this, and understood that, things are being spun in every which way. Things regarding the operation are leaking to TJ Walker directly, not even specific to just the EMS situation. He gave me a direct order. He said, I'm giving you an order that if anyone asks you about the specifics of what happened, be it with Bison or the EMS, the strapping and whatnot, you are to give them my phone number and they are to ask me directly.
Right. And was this a similar situation to when I asked you for the evidence, which you presented to the Senate?
That is a slightly different situation. So it is not the same. No, that had more to do with operational security.
Okay. Have you spoken to the senator since you've been suspended?
Yes.
Okay. And what did that conversation entail?
Wait, have I been? Yes, actually, I have. Should we move on to the MCU stuff, or are we done with the Sanguine stuff? That was separate from any conversation around Sanguine.
Or did you
You have
hear
one
my
more question
Brian?
about the EMS. Oh,
Mhm.
go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Chief.
Did anyone other than Bison actually give a shit about her life?
I can tell you that everybody was like, there was enough. It was like 30 minutes for all this to go through between, getting the bomb. So first and foremost, she volunteered to do this. I don't know if I referenced
Okay.
any of this.
That's not my question is, did anyone give a shit about her life other than Bison that knew about the bomb?
I mean, she was
I don't know.
everyone cared about her life.
Okay.
I mean,
is there a reason that no one thought, hey, we should probably take the C4 off her person before she's admitted to hospital? The people who knew about the bomb
didn't
know think to
why.
take it off her.
I don't know why. I can't say because Axel shot me with an RPG at the end of it. So as to why it wasn't removed, I mean, there's a couple of things, right? First off,
I don't know
after
if
she
that's
was
fair,
shot,
to
she
be
was,
honest, because when she
like
was
I
put
said,
in the
Clarkson
ICU,
popped the
I don't
door
know if
open,
people
grabbed her
knew
and brought her in.
that she had that. I'm not sure how many people actually knew.
So any ability to get to her would not have been possible.
I don't know when
until
she
at
was
the
even
very
brought
end of
into
it.
the hospital. I may have known about it, but I didn't know
As
when she was
to,
brought in.
Did they
I
care
didn't.
about her life? Like, I
You
mean,
know,
that's kind of a loaded question.
I wouldn't have
given that
expected the bomb
she
to be
had
still
not
on her.
only volunteered to do this, but
So I'm not
her
sure that's a
alongside
fair
many
question.
doctors and other EMS were, as far as I'm concerned, conscribed into the military operation as soldiers at that stage. It was well before we even got to the catacombs, mind you. I believe it
And
was
I'm
phase
certain
3.
there's people that
So her
were in the
going
ICU
from
with a lot of stuff they probably shouldn't have had.
facilitating medical duties now became those of a duty of a
I don't know, that one's an awkward
a
one, I
soldier.
think.
So
Yeah, the question's
you know.
more targeted at the fact that a bomb was left on her during her admission to the
Can you
hospital.
please tell Owen
of
to
which the
unban
people who
me
knew
from his
about it,
chat?
no one apart from Bison thought, hey, we should go check on that.
Come back
I don't
as
want to be
commissioner and
overtly
order me to do
cheeky
it.
here, but I think I kind of need to be
You
to
won't.
set the vibe here. Once the shooting stopped, no one gave a fuck. And this is primarily why poor Aaron had to do so much of the work alongside only, I think, like 3 or 4 others. Everyone fucked off. I mean, now granted, there was like I want to say less than 10 by the time the catacomb situation happened. It was like, you know, my son Ray and like 2 others. There was like Axel on another side, the false flagging EMS, whatever the hell his name is. And then it was like all medics, like more than half our
Yeah, I just don't
standing
think
active
anyone
army were
treating
medics
her
and
would have known
doctors,
about the bomb, and
which
I
were hard to
don't want to
distinguish
fault
'cause they all
people
wore
for that.
blue, but you know, those that were
It's
holding
kind
the
of a hard
angles and those
argument
were
to
off
make.
on the side. So the reality is that most people fucked
And
off.
some of the people that knew about it were also
And
being
it was
treated
hours
like
and hours. I
it's
don't think we were done
I
till
don't
like
know.
5 a.m. for everyone to be processed and things to be put in the right place. So I don't know. Like, I don't think anyone gave a shit is what I'm trying to say.
I guess I'll ask some clarifying questions here. So, when the holdout finished, were you still on your feet, or you'd been shot by an RPG at that point?
I was shot by an RPG, from what I understand, to be towards the tail end. Somehow
so,
the
were the suspects like in custody at that point, or
yes,
or no? Are they okay? So the suspects
were
were in
they?
custody.
Sorry, no. What I believe to have been their final push, with a handful standing. Axel fired a RPG, and that explosion took me out. I then was transported to Simone Memorial Hospital, after which I got out. I think I was there for a good like hour or so. Yeah, so they weren't in custody for well afterwards. I think maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It's hard to say, man. That it was like hour 8 or 9 of that operation. So
Right, but to clarify, did yourself or the senator, the two, in the knowledge of the EMS with the bomb, did either of you two follow up with anybody to try and get that bomb recovered? Simple yes or no, Brian.
it's not, because
It is.
and I'm going to explain why. Because when I was taken out, my involvement needed to be limited due to my injuries. My involvement beyond that was anything that would needed to have been done in terms of documentation that would go beyond what was code for. I would not have involved myself with certain aspects of things.
Okay. So prior to you being involved in the push, it was still only you and the senator knew. You didn't let anybody else know, so that we could recover that in case you were incapacitated. I'll take that as a no.
No,
Okay.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Is something funny?
Yes.
What's funny, Brian?
I think you're asking me, did we, in the midst of getting shot at, watching our people get eaten, say, hey, by the way, let's make sure we recover that C4?
Right, the bomb that could go off and kill everybody that they now have in their possession. You didn't let anybody know about that?
They would have gotten themselves killed, Dark, if they planted the bomb inside, or they would have had to come out and when they would have gotten blasted.
Right, so to clarify, you knew that the EMS had been dragged inside and had a bomb on her person. did you or the senator let the rest of PD know that they were now in possession of an explosive device?
They had said we already covered that. Everyone knew at
No.
that stage there was a C4.
Or so everybody on radio knew that they had a C4
They
in
were
their
twatting.
possession. No. Did you and the senator tell anybody?
Everybody knew they were.
No.
It was
Answer the question,
spoken
Brian.
about.
Did you and the senator tell anybody that they had a bomb in their possession? Yeah, yes or no?
No, because it was already known.
Right, on Twitter, and you expect soldiers.
Yeah, because
as
it
you
was
used,
discussed on
to be
radio.
Okay, I just asked you if it had been discussed on radio, and then you said everybody knew.
No. You said, did we tell anybody? And I'm saying that no, the twats started coming out and it was discussed on radio. So no, we did not explicitly say that at C4 because inherently they already knew.
Okay, all right. All right, I got no more questions regarding the EMS incident. Anybody else?
None over here.
Okay, let's move. I assume to after you had, I guess, returned to the island and searched the villa and found the explosive manufacturing facility. That was after you went to the hospital and came back, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that was
Great.
about 2 hours later, something along those lines.
And you stated in our meeting that you had read a manga and built a bomb. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And this was Senate's orders?
It was agreed on. I'm not gonna. It was. I'm gonna put it this way. I won't even get into the whether the senator stated or did not state, "Hey, let's go make a bomb and do this." That bomb was going to be made by me, first and foremost, to ensure what we had in front of us was accurate for documentation purposes, and because it was a part of our
I
operational
wonder what about that
necessity
phone
to
call
blow
was
up that
so
bomb.
important to Svensson that he felt.
Okay.
I think
That it would-
even notwithstanding whether the senator would have been there, I would have taken those steps.
Okay. I guess the first question I have to ask is: have you made a bomb before?
I'm gonna be
I've been
honest.
a cop for a long time.
Tessa
I don't
has
think I have.
no qualms with Brian
Of course
building
you
a
have.
bomb on that bench to blow it up.
Okay. So the bomb you made, you thought was like a
There is zero
it
issue.
was a good bomb.
From
I
Tessa's
actually
point of view,
was a good bomb.
with
Actually,
that
it was a
happening.
good bomb. Now that I think about it, I just remembered.
good
I
bomb.
actually made a hell of a bomb. Yeah, it was very good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. In fact, I may have the receipt for it. Hold on one second.
You printed a receipt for the bomb?
Yeah, I actually checked the quality of it. You actually just reminded me. Because, when I was putting it together, who knows, it could have been made very unfortunately, but it was put together
I
quite
mean,
well.
the PD side had RPGs. They could have just hit it with an RPG and it would have been the same outcome.
The bomb was set to explode.
I don't know about
Was it the villa or just
fussing
the
over that.
facility?
Of all things.
I'm sorry?
Because
So
it
your
sort of
intention
needed
was
to happen.
Destroy. Was it the villa or was it just the manufacturing facility?
My intention was
Needed to destroy it.
fulfill at least a fraction of the objectives given to Foxtrot, which was planting the bombs around the villa. Originally, it was 3 bombs that we were told to place. It then was reduced down to 2. Then it was reduced down to 1. But given what we had and the limited amount of materials, I believe I put together a 85% durability C4, planted it with the intent to blow up not just the bench, but also have the sort of the catacomb become not so accessible.
Okay. Were you and I guess the other people involved in the decision aware that we had officers MIA at the time?
The villa had been cleared. So prior to us even engaging in the catacombs before this EMS thing, I made it a point to, because there was a big desire to like push the catacombs like right away. I interjected both with Axel and the senator, and made it very clear that, listen, we can't just be engaging this. We need to ensure the villa is a bit of a maze. There's a lot of like small houses, small rooms like kitchens, many floors. Every single one of those areas was thoroughly checked, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times before the catacomb was
Aslan, thank you for the 16 months.
every room, every like questionable wall, gates that might lead out to the outside was cleared. We spent a good like hour doing just that. There were no bodies there of either combatants or soldiers before the catacomb was engaged. Before the C4 was engaged, that catacomb had already been cleared of any individuals. As for anyone that was taken, I am assuming you're referencing Moosebeard and oh my god, Brick.
Yes.
We knew that they were likely kidnapped very early on with the operation before, as we were hitting the ground on the in phase 1 of that airfield. In fact, I had asked numerous times for Ricardo, who was communicating with Overwatch, that we needed to bring it up with Overwatch because for whatever reason they were likely, we suspected, going down there to try to do negotiations on their own accord or had been kidnapped. That conclusion was based on a number of things, as their blips were on the eastern peninsula, like the eastern coast of where phase 2 would start. And there was no communication by Overlord. There was no nothing indicated how and why and should they have been there, and based on our positioning. We gave that communication to Overlord multiple times. It was landed on deaf ears. And also, as units did push through phase 1 into phase 2, those units didn't even attempt to make their way towards that. I said eastern, I meant western beach side. Instead, we kind of flanked around it, and it kind of looked like a crescent moon, like on the the GPL. So, yeah.
Okay.
I've got a few things to talk about, if I could. One is that remember we had the Independables, the Kilo Squad. They were kind of like let loose, do whatever the fuck they wanted. The original 3 bombs, 1 bomb was given to Kilo Squad, and it was kind of like a, hey, when we get that assault on the manor, prepare to put one of those bombs on the wall of the manor. At this point, I was already down. I don't know if they were able to do that. You said earlier that they put it down on a gate, but didn't really detonate, so they needed like the deck codes, right? So that's the Kilo Squad bomb.
That was Axel's attempt to, I think, open the gate, as we were failing to have anybody go and get, like, we didn't have a Rhino, we didn't have deck cords. No one wanted to go back. It took a while, so I think it was impatience sort of to set in, and that's where one of the bombs was used.
Yep, so that's bomb number 1. The other thing is Kilo Squad Independables. Moosebeard and Brick, against my orders, got on a jet ski and just drove onto the island to sneak in before we had even done phase 1. Before we had people on the island of Sanguine, these two got on a jet ski and just went there. Within moments, there was a 1047 that popped up, and obviously from the footage, they were captured. Now, there was definitely a lot of incompetence there. They didn't have the explosives. They got themselves caught, and it was relayed, and everybody was aware that they were in there for the entirety of phase 1 into 2 that I was there. It was communicated to Overlord from Ricardo, and we definitely copied it. There's no deaf ears. The second bomb you guys had and destroyed the AA at the start. Third bomb is the one that you had, and I guess was given to Miss Mars up there, right? So
yes,
that's the 3 bombs, just to cover where the 3 bombs went. One was given to Kilo to use against the meta. Their objective was to put it on the walls, get in. Other bomb was used on AA gun. And then the third bomb that I gave to you, I said very explicitly, I want them to hear the beeps that we heard on our stations and live in fear as they know that we're about to blow in. And the point of the Foxtrot bomb was also like Kilo, was to have it on the walls of the manor and to kind of be like our battering ram to breach through the walls.
Mm.
So that's the 3 bombs in the history of it. Y'all want to continue?
I can't actually remember what the last question was. So, to the best of your knowledge, Brian, the officers that were MIA were not in the building when you set the bomb off.
Correct. We cleared multiple times, even before we approached that bench. Not only to ensure that our soldiers had been extracted out, but also because we didn't know where it was. So we checked. So to make this clear, during the original fighting, we had cleared the entire villa on multiple times to ensure that we're not getting flanked, that there's no bodies left without medical, et cetera, et cetera. Those were per my own orders, as there was a lot of ADHD setting in. And the last thing I wanted was for us to skip like a door and some motherfucker pops out and just starts blasting him from behind. The second, obviously, we can't leave people bleeding out and, before we push forward, because that's just going to, obviously, that's an issue. But then once we re-arrived on the island, we knew the existence of this, what turned out to be a Class 3 weapons bench. But we did not know the exact precise location. In fact, our original intel was incorrect. So we searched high, low, front, and center, and cleared inconsequentially while locating it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, it was very much clear. There would not have been a single body left at that stage.
Was there like a rush for the PD to leave the island? Like, was there any kind of threat to anybody's safety for you to stay there, or was
If they made efforts to clear,
you-
it was clear,
could you
and
stay, or was
they
there an
didn't
order
have
to
any other
extract?
information that
There was a safety concern as the Eastern
I don't
Front,
know.
on behest of Nick Simone, was still present.
Okay. All right, that makes a bit more sense as to why. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's not diverting. That was always going to be asked about.
Anybody else got any questions about the bomb? Okay, there's a no. I'll go. Another thing that's been brought to my attention, and it's I'm going to go back to 8/11 here, Brian, if you can recall.
I never forget, sir.
So initially, Brian, when you were made aware that Divine was, I guess his cover was blown. I guess what was the situation from your side of things? What happened?
How transparent do you want me to be?
I mean, yeah, I think it's in your best interest to be transparent.
Okay. I'd recently met the Commissioner Axel. He seemed like a bit of a prick. And as he had been doing from day one, I kind of became his bitch, so to speak. He had me do literally everything and anything that he desired at the time, overnight, etc. And so his latest request was, we need to go up to the FIB building, and he needs to be detailed as to what happened with Operation Ragnaros. So he was brought in, he started asking a bunch of questions, and then he's like, oh, you know what? Let's get we need to bring the co-commissioner, aka chairman, down here as well. Toretti started to make his way over. And we also called in Divine so that he could get direct communication line as to what was transpiring, so we could limit any form of telephoning. Now, I believe as we were waiting for, Toretti had just arrived. At this stage, I had given Axel access to the classified files, which he did not previously have access to. He had only some information. And upon Divine, and I want to say Toretti's arrival, I could be off on that, before we were really able to begin, there was a 311 in regards to capturing Cap Terra Nova, who was wanted for multiple HUT charges. And so for whatever reason, Axel wanted to go to that. So that became the priority instead of, allowing HVTU and whatever units to handle it. So we, 4 of us, got inside of a vehicle and we got derailed in that direction. One thing led to another, in which we believed that Vinny Pistone had taken out a submarine belonging to Crystal's boyfriend, whose name is escaping me
Kevin
right
Ram.
now. Yes, Kevin Ram. Vinny's vehicle was there. His boy that owns Maldini's, I jebaited him into telling me that Kevin Ram had rented it out to him. We saw Kevin Ram up on the highway leaving the port. I pulled him over. He was hesitant, made him go back to the beach. We found Kevin Ram's, saw Vinny's vehicle parked there. Now Kevin Ram's fucking, submarine is right there. Clear is being very obstructionist. His situation was kind of pretty crazy, right? Trying to unravel what the hell had just transpired in front of us. I'm speaking to Kevin, trying to get him to cooperate with us, because everything we had right there was enough probable cause to bring him in for, accessory for, in a series of charges, quite frankly. During that questioning, Divine was standing next to me. He then walked up the little staircase that goes up to where the boat pavement is. And I guess an argument had kicked off between Axel and Divine. Now, mind you, Axel doesn't really know Divine. Divine at this stage is under immense pressure and agitation, and him even being out in the open is a danger for him. I walk up to that platform, and this is the platform that's at the boat docks, where the heli lands and whatnot. And so I'm walking into now this huge argument where they're both screaming at each other. I'm trying to calm Axel down because, number one, I don't even know why we brought Divine out at the stage, because his life is already in direct danger. And I don't know why he's being screamed at, given everything that Divine has done. It was a lot of Axel screaming, "This is my authority," blah, blah, blah. I've got a big dick. I'm, come from a rich family, and now, I run this station. To Divine screaming things like out of agitation of do you understand what I've done for this state? I think a punch or two may have been thrown, but ultimately Divine got so pissed he ran off.
Oh my God.
I was incredibly triggered because these bozos completely are ignoring everything about Operational Ragnarok to chase down a HUT warrant that we didn't need to be involved in, and now they're fighting over some dumb shit when literally the state is in danger. So I don't even know how to unpack all that. All I know is I was fucking pissed. So what happened after that is me screaming at Axel for being a fucking moron. Him screaming back at me as to what your rank is, da 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 da. And look, I was a bit belligerent because...
Hold on, what was the question? Because he's been going for 10 minutes, and I'm just not even sure what we asked him. Dark?
Yeah, I think I've... I kind of forgot what it was halfway through.
You asked me what happened on 8/11.
Okay.
Right. After,
If
yeah,
you wanted to
okay.
keep going, then keep going. If
I
it
I
answers
would
your
like
question,
him to
Dark.
keep going. I'm
Alright.
waiting for something specific.
All right, then go ahead.
And so now Axel's like, you know, like screaming at him, yeah. So now I'm yelling at Axel. I'm like, what the fuck did you just do? Do you know what he's done? Like, you don't even know the details. Why the fuck did we come here to begin with? Like you needed to hear what he had to say. Like, and Axel's now trying to, pull rank on me. And I'm just absolutely frustrated because I'm watching a man that's done so much for us, so much for the state, put his fucking life on the line for, months, had to eat other people, like been under constant question of whether he's going to get a bullet in the back of his head. And now I'm being met with like, I don't care, I'm the boss. And Toretti is now disappeared. Axel is now fucked off. And now I'm sitting here with like trying to figure out what the hell to do next, because someone who I've grown to respect, aka Divine, is now out and about. I don't know what he's gonna do. Axel doesn't give a shit, and now Toretti's off as well, and so I'm left holding the bag for probably the 100th time these last 4 months. So I'm trying to make phone calls, trying to get Divine to answer, and that's when I get Axel. Did Axel come back? I think I don't know what he. Forgot what came first. I believe what came first is like fuck. I don't remember how. But something led me to believe that either Divine had already gone back to the island. I had somehow found out that Divine was back on Sanguine. And that's when I started firing off phone calls. The timeline, it's been a while, so I'm a little, I don't remember what led me to know that.
Don't forget, 8/11.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. But ultimately that led to a phone call to Toretti, like, bruh, he's on Sango. What the fuck are we gonna do? I think at this stage, I have now emailed Axel as well, like, bro, what the fuck did you do? You need to come back. We need to figure this out. He's back on Sanguine. Now, I want you to keep in mind that at this stage, we already believe that they know that Divine is the undercover cop. Like, it's already like, not that they know, but like, we don't believe that he's safe over there. In fact, 2 weeks prior to this, I told him that he cannot go back. It's too dangerous. And he was adhering to it up until that fight that occurred. I called Toretti. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And that's when he tells me that Shelby called Jaeger and asked him if he had Divine. And in that moment, I realized Divine's dead. I believe what transpired after that was me, Toretti, and Axel trying to figure out what the fuck to do next. Toretti's in La La Land. Axel is like, blasting bombs over Baghdad in his head. And I'm just spiraling, not knowing what the fuck to do. And that's when we get some communication with Divine saying, don't come back for me. I'm staying here, or something along those lines. The conversation, I would say, led us to believe that like he's over there and he's compromised. What the fuck does that mean? Like, how is he over there now? Like, and if he's not, if they know it's him, and then what the hell is he planning next? Like, it doesn't add up. Does that make sense? Like, if they know he was the undercover cop, how is he not dead? So now the three of us are spiraling into all kinds of ideas like, okay, well, is he on their side now? Is this even Divine, or is it now Jamie? Have the prions from all the human flesh, completely distorted his brain and sense of reality. And so now all of a sudden a wide spectrum of options are now being considered, from, Axel wanting to like fucking snipe him and eliminating him, all the way down to,
There it
maybe
is.
he'll be fine if we just go back to wedding planning. Ultimately, the resolution here was, we can lean on the fact that he is a wanted fugitive, to enact the aegis legislation that allows for him to be extracted. That's when the three of us decided to go over to Sanguine, and under the capacity of a aegis.
When you say three of us, who is that?
Me, Toretti, and Axel. Bundy is going to come into a picture in a second, if that's what you want.
So you saying this happened after Divine got outed, his cover?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. So like we
was this the day
spiraled
of or
the
later?
day of.
Okay.
So after he got outed, it was like probably an hour of spiraling and trying to figure out like where in the spectrum we're going to end up landing. Ultimately, I tried to communicate with Jaeger, made multiple phone calls, sent him a text like, "Yo, we coming down, dog. We gonna enact aegis," some shit like that. In fact, I think I got the text message. But I let him know that we're coming over there, and he was to be extracted out. I'm on your landing pad here on the island on official Aegis business. I communicated with him over the phone. He was fuck off. He's not over here. Blah 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 blah. Mind you, at this stage, we've already communicated with Divine. Oh no. Sorry. We've communicated with Jaeger. We know he's over there. We're now landed. Bundy joins us. So now it's like me, Bundy. Bundy has his sniper rifle in case we end up going way to the most extreme option. So me, Toretti, Axel, and Bundy are now on their landing pad. We did not leave the landing pad. Toretti makes a phone call to Jaeger. I don't know why. Toretti has the least. He's the least like. I don't know why he was making the phone calls, if I'm going to be rather transparent, since he's like in the loop, but like clearly isn't like, doesn't know the nuances. But anyways, he calls him, he's having his conversation, trying to like get him to release Divine or whatever. Ultimately, I managed to get on the phone with Divine, who then confirms he's in a room with Jaeger. And I will say that based on that phone call and my time spent with Divine over the past like 2 to 3 months, I was confident. I went from spiraling to confidently saying he's not Jamie. It is still Divine in there, that he has a grander plan in mind, and that I need to trust him. And that a lot of the fears that we had around the uncertainty of what was transpiring in front of us, that we did not need to fear, and that we needed to just leave. And so we went, I convinced everyone to go back to Los Santos. It was after this when we tracked Jaeger's fucking Apache helicopter going from Sanguine over to the boat dock just north of the lighthouse, by a house belonging to one of the guild members that's associated with Jaeger. And then shortly thereafter, Aurora and Juno had received a phone call from Divine indicating that he was back in San Andreas. I think that covers the full scope of things. There's a lot that happened that night, I think, over the course of like 8-9 hours.
Okay. Just to be transparent with you, the thing I was waiting for was mention of sniping Divine. Can you elaborate on like how that transpired and what was brought up exactly?
There was a lot of spiraling. Do we take him out? I think Axel was worried that he might have turned. He was still pissed. He was more still focused on like the how do I put this in a way that can convey it well? For being disrespected than the bigger picture here. But I think that opinion, that position, that, you know, the way that he was sort of behaving about the entire situation, he was more worried about Divine flipping and the affidavit and all these things rather than the bigger picture. And yes, I think collectively that was an option that was on the table. And there was already discussion of, look, it's Sanguine, you know, we can take him out and then operation's going to be fine. And like, what if he does this? What if he makes a bomb? And what if he comes back? And then, you know, there was a lot of, the spiraling was very intense and all over the place. I will say that I think that as an option, I think was like I don't think it would have been a reality in any which way, unless and if upon landing on the island, we would have been. I don't think that sniper would have been used unless someone were to approach this upon landing.
Was the sniper rifle in question brought out?
Bundy brought it with him. Whether or not he was holding it in his hand, I'm unsure. I don't recall. I think he had it in a case.
Did somebody ask him to bring it?
Yes, I believe we asked him to bring it because he had come in
Okay.
and we said, "Do you have a sniper?" I think we had a second sniper already at this point. I don't remember. We either had one or we
Okay.
had two. Did Axel have a sniper?
How did you know he had a sniper? Did he volunteer that, or do you just know that from previous Bundy?
I know he's had a sniper since
That's
Norman
fine.
Bones. Yeah.
I don't need to know where. That's fine.
So when that idea was being entertained, it wasn't a joke?
I think it was tongue in cheek.
Okay.
I it's hard to say. It's the spiraling was such a mix of emotion is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, if anything, you know, I could see it, you know, stated as between like a joke and, you know, show of force to, but I don't think in any conceivable reality would that have a sniper rifle would have actually been used unless we were, you know, open fired upon.
And the context in which it was brought up, it was in that you all had thought that he had become an enemy of the state, and he was switching sides essentially. Is that correct?
I think that was an aura in the air.
And the topic was only brought up after that became a fact.
Correct. And it was dismissed the moment he called me. I mean, I don't
Okay.
want to sit here in the room and suggest that I know him better than anyone here. I know that's not true. But of the individuals, of the four of us in the operational know, having to make a choice, having gotten to know him and what he's been through, having one-on-one conversations with him in private, between his stays and his, you know, him hiding in San Andreas, you know, outside of Fridays, I knew based on tone, based on context, based on what he told me, that that was still divine inside, and that he was not going to allow the operation to be tampered with, and that he was in sane mind, and that what he was doing was very calculated, and that any agitation that he had with Axel was more on a personal level, and that even, you know, the circumstances surrounding around Shelby were very targeted to her and not of a more grandiose like basis, right? He wasn't like in a state of like fuck Los Santos or anything like that. Like it wasn't like
Yeah.
his beliefs weren't aligned with that of Jaeger's, is what I'm getting.
Did you oppose the murdering of Johnny Devine?
after the phone call, I said we needed to get out of there and that we don't need to take him out or anything along those lines.
No, let me. I'll clarify and specify. When the idea was brought up, did you actively oppose the idea of murdering Johnny Devine?
There was a lot of spiraling. I don't remember everything that was said over the course of an hour.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. So you said we asked
I
him
never
to bring a
said no.
sniper. No, I know you didn't, but you can't say yes or no for some reason, so I'm going to take it as a no.
I may have taken a piss. I might have pooped during that hour. There's a lot of things that may have transpired.
Right, that's fine. So you said we
I
asked him to
don't
bring a
know.
sniper rifle. Who exactly?
Axel brought up the idea originally. Bringing equipment, getting kitted out, all kinds of things. There was a lot of ideas that were thrown out over that course of an hour.
How did Axel know that Bundy had a sniper rifle from before he was commissioner?
I brought that up, and that
You brought up Bundy's
was-
sniper?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and who phoned Bundy?
Sorry, I
and asked
have
him?
one more question. Sorry. Did Bundy refer to it as a Sierra unit or something?
I don't think so. I
fair enough.
feel like
Carry on.
that's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, same.
Sierra?
All right, go ahead, Dark.
Yeah, so you know, as far as I'm aware, Bundy wasn't there at the time. So who
feel like I'm
called
missing
Bundy
a
and
reference
asked him
with
about
that.
the
I don't
sniper
know.
rifle?
The way that transpired was, in fact, Bundy may have brought it up himself. So Bundy, being a member of the MCU, also, I believe, a member of Aegis, I had asked him to join us since he knew a good deal about the operation at this stage. And he was asked to accompany us, and either he brought it up first or I brought it up first. I can't say, but the idea of a sniper came into play before Bundy was even called down. He may have been made aware of the idea of bringing snipers, and then he just brought it up on his own accord. In fact, I think it's more likely he brought it up because that would not have been my first thought.
Whose
Thinking
idea was
back
it
at
to extradite Devine? Do you recall?
Between Bundy and myself. I believe I brought up the idea and he did the paperwork. This with the second one. Like I said, there was a lot of spiraling and a lot of workshopping ideas of how to handle this situation.
Okay, and what was Devine being extradited for?
Well, I can read exactly.
You don't have to. You can just tell me if you know. That's
Well,
fine.
I'd rather pull this up just so I'm more accurate. The Legion of Iniquity, Sanguine Isle, from Brian Knight, Aegis representative, Jeffrey Bundy, Aegis legal representative. Pursuant to legislation number 80606, the treaty between Sanguine Isle and the state of San Andreas, Aegis, operating on behalf of the Department of Justice of the state of San Andreas, provides notice to the Legion of Iniquity of their intent to extradite Johnny Devine from Sanguine Isle for charges faced in the state of San Andreas under arrest warrant and order. As for the particular, this is in relation to Johnny Devine's attempted murder of Dundee, and what followed suit was a delayed charging on there's going to be like a delayed charge, and it was going to be handled that way.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
my understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So what were the charges that were pushed against Devine at that time?
Are you asking if there was a warrant?
Yeah. So you said there was charges pending in the extradition order.
Correct.
What charges were pending?
Attempted murder.
And there was a warrant written for Johnny Devine at the time.
There wouldn't need to be.
No, but on the extradition order, they said there was a warrant.
Pending orders and warrants are two separate things.
No, no, you said on
Dark-
the
dark-
extradition order.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but this honestly was not on Brian. There was some stuff going on with Divine with regards to what had happened. Myself and Malton were privy to some information. I'm not sure who else was looped in, but essentially, Divine had just to give you all context, Divine was at the grave of Sam Bass, and Erwin Dundee walked up and started urinating on the grave in front of him. Divine was not in a good mental state. He was there with Juno Sweeney. He pulled out a gun and he shot Erwin Dundee. At that point, he called 911 for medical attention, and he left, and he called Malton, I believe. I'm not entirely sure, like, exactly how everything transpired, but I do know that he was fully, wanting to cooperate with everything, but the concern was, at the time, if he got arrested, his affidavit would be called into question. He was concerned about all that, and he ended up fleeing to Sanguine Isle to hide and go back to his operation. At that point, he hadn't been compromised yet. The intention was, after the war, he had, waived the statute of limitations. He said that after everything was said and done, he would turn himself in for that attempted murder. Obviously, that was not ideal. We can't just let someone leave the state when they have a warrant for their arrest. I realized that the warrant was not written up at the time, but there were factors at play that could have impacted the investigation that had been going on for months at this point in time. We had to make a decision whether or not to cause that to happen, and that was why he was wanted for arrest. I don't want to put that on Brian. I don't want that to be his fault.
Okay, I understand. I appreciate the context, Tessa.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry you guys weren't looped in on that. Communication about everything pertaining to Divine, I would like to apologize to you guys on that because I knew a lot more than you did. I was under the impression that you did know at the time. I was staying as far out of it as I could because of my relationship to Divine, and I was expressing everything that I could to Malton, who I knew was involved and knew about the operation. My impression at the time was that we were trying to limit the amount of people who knew, and when I initially was informed about the operation to begin with, it was, to my knowledge, myself, Bass, and Divine were the only people who knew. And then later I found out that, 20 people were informed about it, but not high command, which was not acceptable. And I mean, obviously that's been dealt with, but I just want you guys to understand that that is not how things should have been handled.
I appreciate that. I am going to ask a couple follow-up questions, but obviously, Tessa,
Sure.
stop me if you think.
May I add something to that real quick?
Sure.
I even as I want to make this. I'm not sure if this is known, but Operation Ragnarok, I was not involved for the first month or two. I got pulled in. Was told that there was only 4 individuals that were privy to it, and that I needed to maintain utmost
I just want to make
secrecy,
sure Brian
limited
doesn't go down
to,
further than any of that because that was not his
Sam
fault.
Bass, Molten, and I believe Svensson, but even I don't remember if that was the original name.
You saying that
And
I knew?
It was a mess. The whole operation
name
was
that
a
you
mess,
said-
and it got.
When
I-
we were here after the Shelby panel, you said
I
it's
wasn't
Toretti.
aware of just
I had
how
no idea.
few
Toretti.
people from high
Maybe
command
Belson,
knew.
perhaps?
No, I didn't find that out afterwards. So the initial, I know it was
Suddenly,
Sam,
everyone
it was
but high
Sam
command
Bass,
knew it. It was
Molten,
awful.
and I think Toretti was probably the name. That it was limited to that number.
And like Tessa
Everything
shouldn't have
needed to
even
be
been aware.
operationally
She should not
secure,
have been anywhere near
and
that.
no one
She
else
shouldn't have
was to know,
known
to be spoken
about any
of,
of it.
et cetera, et cetera.
But they let her.
And as like the weeks
They let her in
followed,
on it.
it turned out
And
more people knew, but knew different
It just was
things.
not good.
In fact,
was
I
really,
didn't
really
know
not
about
good.
like I didn't know till that last panel that Stubble even knew, and prior to that panel, I didn't know like Juno or even in regards to this warrant, I didn't know everything. I was just operating based on the information I was given.
Okay. I guess when it comes to the extradition,
That's why I'm trying to
Um,
keep Libby involved
was there an
and
intent
Owen
to actually
as
charge
well,
Divine
'cause
once he was extradited from
I don't
Sanguine?
really want that game
Or
of
was the
telephone to happen
intent
again
more just to get him out and get him safe?
because it just sucks. That things got
the
I
so
could ask a more
form-
specific
poopy.
question: Is what was the intent
Sure.
of the extradition order?
I would definitely say his safety first and foremost,
Okay.
and then secondly would have been the charging.
Yeah, I
and
fully
this
blame
decision was
Divine.
made,
Like he
in collaboration
he
with both the
looped
chairman
in
and the
so
commissioner.
many people that should not have been looped in. Like Tessa was looped in by him, and so was Juno.
I just have to clarify because it is murky here.
He was the source of a
So-
lot of leaks.
Before the idea of extradition was brought up, one of the ideas was to
Although-
kill Divine.
Shelby knowing
And then
probably
when the
was not his
extradition
idea.
Happened, only then was the concern
That
his
one
safety
that
and
one was
the
not his
information
fault.
he could leak?
But
That was always the primary objective, his safety.
what you gonna do, you know?
Okay.
It's if this resonates better, it's the very reason we had 4 to 5 negotiation attempts with the Sanguinians. Obviously, no one wants to go to take lives. No one wants. Oh God! I just had a bit of a headache. Is everyone good? Can you hear me?
I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's like with any operation, whether the military operation over in Sanguine or even how we operate here. Safety is always the first option.
Chat,
When a suspect is
I
in
need you to
custody,
understand that Dark
but,
may seem like he has a
that
vendetta,
has
but
always been the
he's
goal from the very start.
he's a very straight edge kind
that
of
doesn't preclude us
character.
from
Owen is
operating
probably
under the belief
the
that other
opposite
measures
of the
may need to
spectrum
be taken.
from him
But as stated previously, I don't
in
think
bias.
sniping
So
Divine
I
was ever a material.
don't feel like this is too out of
was never a
balance
real
because
option on
Owen
the
is the
table to
counter
begin with.
to
And, I think
Dark.
the
and he's just
note
been
that
listening.
Tessa made in regards to
We haven't had a
it
discussion
potentially being
about
a
things
joke or
yet,
whatever,
so
I
just
can see where she's
understand
coming
that,
from
okay?
Because I don't see when that would have actually been something that would have been done or executed.
Yeah, Dark has reasons to dislike Brian and to not want to cooperate with him and be very direct with his line of questioning.
Does anyone have any further questions for Brian about the, I guess, 811?
I no, I don't.
I
Same
don't either.
traffic.
Okay. Hold on, let me check. All right, I've asked you about the extradition. I understand that. So since 811 and everything going on, you, I guess at what point did you believe that Divine had defected?
Ooh. I don't think we ever fully. Look, the divine's been a gray area. Answering that question in a binary would be very difficult. I think
Yeah.
knowing where his full allegiance lied was never based on that phone call that he gave me. I knew that he was
Land, thank you so
wanted
much
to
for
maintain
the 5
operational
gifted
integrity.
subs. You're amazing. I appreciate you.
However, him being kept alive by Jaeger, and subsequently transported without him being hurt, and
I think it's important that the questions
what we
get
now
asked
know,
so
put
that
into
Brian has a
hiding
chance to
by
defend
him,
himself. You know,
provided
it's important that
a
Dark even
more
asks stuff
complicated
because there's been stuff
scenario
said
where
that Brian hasn't
his
even had a chance to like speak
primary
on.
objective has now become
If we just
survival.
judge him and base it off of the one side that we
survival
have,
to what
we're like,
ends.
what are we doing here? What is
was
even the point
unknown.
of the panel?
Up until that point, obviously, some things have changed, and I'm not going to touch that without, obviously the picture has changed.
I never
But
got a chance
up
to
until
talk
that
to him, get
point,
his side, so
and
this is where
probably the week
I'm
or
getting it.
two following,
I need
as
him to
more
ask
information was
questions.
coming in, it appeared as though his primary objective was survival. The secondary objective was not to hurt particular individuals. He was planning to target members of the police department and likely government entities, likely not based on his own desires, but out of the need for the first two prongs. Now, would I call that an outright defection? No, because he's not fully aligned with Sanguine, but rather he was operating under the pressure of survival and the survival of those he loved.
Okay. Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. I understand. Okay, so as you stated, Divine's safety was of utmost concern now that he was on the island since 8/11.
No, he left the island on 8/11 that evening.
Oh, he left the island, right? Okay.
Correct. When he got on the Apache and was dropped off by the harbor north of the lighthouse.
Okay, so we knew that he was back on home soil.
Correct.
Okay.
He did go back at least once within that week, or like about a week later within that time span.
Okay. So I guess my question is, now that he's back on home, so what was the objective regarding Divine? Was it to get him in custody? Was it to arrest the guy? And
that was a decision that was left for high command.
okay,
And specifically the commissioners. There was still I'm not privy to all that. I know it was like an open question of which there was sort of there really wasn't a conclusion to, at least not that one that I would aware of. If I had to, speculate a bit based on the many conversations that went on, it was desirable, but it was not the highest of priorities, especially given the potential war that was being drummed up.
okay. All right. So if everybody's all right, I'm going to move on from the Divine questions, and I think the last few questions should be hopefully pretty short and sweet. But that depends. Any objections to that?
No objections.
Nope.
Okay. I guess I'm not quite sure on the date that you were suspended, Brian, but just to ensure everything's gone smoothly, have you, in any capacity while suspended, acted as a police officer?
While suspended?
Yes.
I haven't heard about any of that.
There was some tasks that Commissioner Axel ordered me to conduct, specifically revolving around managing loose ends with the investigative unit.
Were those the same loose ends you asked me about when I suspended you?
You're going to have to be more specific.
When I suspended you, you said I got some loose ends to tie up to do with MCU. Can I have some time to do that? Is that the same loose ends or?
Yeah. So kind of. It was last Saturday when I was suspended. I believe it was a hour and 15 minutes before tsunami. I asked, well, before I am suspended, can I make sure that I can divulge everything that I've learned up until now over to the MCU so they can operate appropriately, given the looming dangers of Divine, the suspicion that he's likely going to start bombing targets, attacking individuals, things surrounding the threats being made by individuals sanguine, and following that, also making sure that the integrity of the investigative unit could continue given these looming threats. I was told that I could not, but I needed to simply delegate, which, quite frankly, I, with all due respect, Dark, I took that as kind of a slap in the face to not just myself, but also the unit and the sanctity and safety of this of the state. However, I was agreeable as it was an order. I divulged as much as I could to Aurora, who was the only unit that was available at that stage in time. And in addition, due to circumstances, Bobby not having interest in taking such a position, and her being the only one available, email or on duty, the unit was held. The senator was to take hold. Following this situation, Axel told me that even while I'm suspended, I need to fix this all, appoint someone, and make sure that the unit continues operation. And so anything that occurred was limited to that, specifically the conversation with Luca taking hold of the unit, with Malton acting as a commanding presence. To answer the question, I did it only and simply within the scope of what I was ordered to do by Axel.
That's fair.
Sorry about that.
I don't really see an issue with anything like that. Like,
sorry about that.
he gets suspended and he's in charge of a unit. He needs to
clarify. Can you just
delegate.
the orders that
I
Axel
don't-
gave you were to tie up loose ends?
I don't really see an issue with
Yes.
that.
In fact, he ordered a lot more than that. He wanted me to start writing reports, get documents together, a whole slew of things that were rather undefined in nature.
Some of it you
definitive
can't
things were
delegate
ensuring
either.
that there was
Like,
some form of interim leadership, and he also wanted me to figure out what was going on with the DOJ not signing things as
I'm not too sure. I'm fussed about that part.
as there was a lot of complaints coming from the detectives that, number one,
I can't say I
none
blame
of them
him.
were being approached about anything that they had worked on over those past couple of weeks, what we had found over at Sanguine. They were getting a lot of complaints, people shitting on MCU on Twitter and whatnot, information that should have been left within the halls of Mission Row PD leaking out to TJ Walker, be it about myself, be it about the unit, be it about why did we go there, be it what did we find. And that pressure continued to loom. Warrants weren't being signed, DOJ talking shit about them, and they're being left having conducted one of the most impressive series of weeks I think that this department's ever seen, and they're pretty much being left in a room in the dark. So that having reached Axel, he wanted me to fix it, Brian, and I complied.
Did he unsuspend you or? or no?
In a similar fashion to what happened to me, yes, the days mix Thursday question mark, or was that yesterday? Yesterday? Similar to
I think
the action
yeah.
that Svensson had me fulfill.
Right. Okay. Okay. So initially, when I suspended you, you'd appointed Senator Davis as the director of MCU. Was that
Correct.
not was that correct, or was that what happened there?
Uh,
That was a
sorry,
power
could you ask that
move.
again?
That's what that was.
Right. So you appointed Senator Axel Davis as your replacement.
Axel
but
Davis?
he's not the replacement. So what happened there? How did Axel get involved in the director of MCU?
Axel?
Did
I
I say
mean,
Axel Davis?
yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Senator Davis. Yeah, sorry.
What I'm sorry.
I'm
How
just gonna
did?
answer. I think I could just
Sure.
answer this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong because I think this is gonna be
Sure.
like a 20-minute explanation. Senator Davis was, from what Brian said to me the other day, appointed because he didn't know who else, but there was a recommendation given to put Kovacic in front of
Mhm.
MCU, but it wasn't like approved directly, so that's why Davis was in there as interim. But now it's Kovacic, and I guess Malton as well is like there to be a liaison to PD commands because Kovacic can't see PD command stuff.
That is correct. I also pointed them to Norman Adams, given the, I don't want to get too political here, but given the landscape of what had been occurring with DOJ, Norman being effectively the second in command and available and having knowledge about enemy of the state and all the cleanup that was to be transpired afterwards, be it the asset situation, be it the, he was linked up with them. So there was enough direction that they could make forward progress.
Okay. All right. I got no more questions about that specifically. So I guess I'll go into the next question. And I will say that these questions are not coming out of thin air. They've always got something behind them. So I guess my question for you, Brian, is in the chain of command of MCU, who's above the director?
Well, it was the commissioner's office, and that was put into place by both Commissioner Soze at the time and Deputy Commissioner Sam Bass. It was per a discussion we had on the rooftop and a condition that I made when they requested me to take on the task. Subsequently, it was also added to the SOPs. Should be stated there on the top, which I then, sent to everybody for a review. Now, I will say that I myself have been rather confused and have not been given any other form of inference that it would be otherwise until I would say the week of the Sanguine situation where all the communication lines came into question, where, in my opinion, I think maybe part of that confusion came in with Axel coming into play after Sam Bass's death. And I think perhaps during that vacuum time, without any sort of like written alternative, any sort of directive given to me, all of a sudden the narrative started to spin that we report to high command. If y'all want to know the reason why it was under the commissioner's office, it was to solve the problem of units who are working on investigations that can span months or weeks, for there to be a unified directive so that what we are working on is coming from the commissioner. This is something that Soze wanted, and it's something that Sam Bass continued to adhere to. was a bit of a formula shift, I would say, in the last 2 weeks, and it's left me very confused. And I don't have any personal I don't feel personally slighted in any way, but rather it makes it very confusing in terms of how we're supposed to operate.
So to clarify, I guess in this rooftop conversation, you added the condition that you want to report to the commissioner's office and not high command.
It was a concern, and Soze wanted it that way. There's a lot of additional context that I don't want to share here. Not because I can't, but it is, well, how do I put? There's a lot of reasons that Soze wanted it that way.
Right. Okay.
And I think it was in order to ensure that the direction of the MCU and the investigations were in line with a much broader vision.
Okay. So I guess the follow-up question was that I've been informed that there was, I think we've seen one of them. There was high command summary reports of the MCU, I guess, active cases and stuff. Were
Sure.
they intended for high command?
Yeah. So very early on, I mean, a broad. So the intent of the MCU, obviously, we have investigations, right? Investigations are always going to exist. I know there was a lot of, I was made privy to there being a lot of desire for independent investigative units. There's a lot of contention around that. I'm not privy to all the discussions. I understand that. I'm only aware that they were a concern. And a part of my sort of like design of how MCU would function was we didn't want other officers or other, let's just say, we didn't want to make it feel like if you're not a detective, you can't investigate. At the end of the day, we need to be feeding back to the department, whether it's legislative changes, whether it's legal changes, whether it's like information that can be digestible, to be fed back to the PD. Be it something as simple as, why do we take a laptop? What is the reason for it? What is the argument you can present in court as like a patrol officer or someone else? Now, a part of that effort to ensure that there was no, that everyone was kept in the loop, I created a system of executive summaries that were to be updated on a weekly basis. And in turn, those executive summaries would be rolled up into a monthly, which would show number of hours, every case that we're working on, what the summary is, what the status is, who's working on it, and finally our active cases, so that they would be available to command and hire. I believe the first one was issued back in June, and the second one was sent to the commissioner the end of July, the July one, while I was over in, I was on a little business trip. So it was sent his way once it was culminated. And that was also distributed. And then obviously the month of August is probably ready, but I don't know since I've been suspended in that time period. And then we had the.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I guess I don't know whether I can't remember whether the one you sent to the commissioner made it to us, but I'm glad to hear that it was actually coming our way.
Oh yeah, I mean 100%. I mean, transparency has been a big part of what I think we've had failures in the past. Now, I'm not going to say that there hasn't been communication gaps, because clearly there has been. I mean, if even the question of like, do we report to high command or do we report to the commissioner's office, the fact that that's sort of a contention point is concerning.
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution to that is, but clearly there's, you know, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The only last question I have, which kind of me concerning, you know, I don't want to. I'm not trying to imply anything here, but I'm going to ask the question.
Sure.
As I'm sure you're aware, Kiki Pendragon was shot. I don't know whether it was last night or the night before, by Johnny Devine, and
I'm aware.
yeah. And
Did I
Miss
order a hit?
No. I'm not asking that question.
Okay.
I'm asking the question that Kiki has told me that you had called her sometime prior. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame, and said that she was going to receive a gift within 24 hours.
What?
What was that gift?
Huh?
Oof.
Wait. What?
I don't remember, to be honest. I think I was going to give her some information that she was
Oh
going to find
no.
valuable. Not PD related.
What do you mean?
And that's assuming I even said that. I remember calling her over something, but I don't remember what the context of that call was. Did she mention what else the context was?
What? Why doesn't he
I
remember?
think it was
He
small
needs to
talk,
remember.
really. I think that's what she mentioned.
What was he gonna
What
do?
was the
Brian.
information you were gonna give her?
That looks so bad.
It probably was just small talk. Trying to remember.
Brian.
I believe this was like 3 days ago.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think it was a very short phone call, like 3 to 4 minutes. There was something in revolving around Kiki that had popped up, unrelated to any of this.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Wanted to get that out of the way. Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Brian, no. You're doing so
Anybody
good.
else?
What?
One thing I do want to state, and I think this is very important given how much has been missed between MCU's functionality and
Bro.
some of that information not going around. Everything that the only case that we have taken on our own behest has been the Sam Bass bombing. The unit, the individuals in it, have put in hundreds of hours, hundreds. Cases that they have been told they need to work on. Those choices were not even mine to make. And I will say that everyone in that unit, well, the vast majority, did so to the best of their ability, knowing full well that the outcome of those cases may not be in, may not lead to a guilty plea, but they knew at the end of that door that they were functioning as police officers should, which is having evidence and an argument that goes beyond probable cause. And that if that led to more clarity in the laws they were pushing, it led to more clarity as to the tools that they needed, or the various legislative suggestions that some of which have already passed being pushed up to the Senate. And I do believe that regardless of what the outcome is with me, quite frankly, I'm not really concerned about that. Do I want to work in this department? Probably. However, I don't want their work to be undershadowed. And I do find it unfortunate that they were not approached at the end of the war to ask them what had transpired, and that some of this, yeah. So whatever happens, I hope they continue to be supported and supported more than they have been.
Yeah, that you've nothing to be concerned about when it comes to the detectives. I'm sure everybody on this panel is very aware of all the hard work that you and them have put in. But that you know, to put it bluntly, we've got no questions about the professional work that you guys have put in.
They should have been approached, and they should not have been left in the dark.
About what?
About the status and their concerns. As far as many of them, they were left in the dark for days, and they don't deserve that.
about you, or about something else?
Everything.
Well, I think that's because we were also in the dark and trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah,
I
I'll be honest.
understand. I don't
you
know what the
saying that-
solution is, but I think it was important to say.
Yeah. To be blunt with you, and I won't speak for the rest of the high command. I don't know what they had to be left in the dark about. Really. Like I don't know whether yeah. That's just me being honest. If they had come and asked me, I'm very transparent. I wasn't hiding the fact that you were suspended. So if they wanted to ask questions about that, I would have been very open about it. Um, yeah, so I guess to finish this off, if nobody has any questions, I'll ask you the same question I started with, Brian. Have you got any questions, comments, or concerns for us other than, just keeping MCU in mind?
Yeah. Did anyone? Yeah. I guess my first question would be, was everyone here aware that we operated a question mark under the commissioner's office?
And I didn't know that.
Yeah, me neither. I did check the SOPs and it says that you are under the state commissioner's office, but to me that's like
Were the SOPs reviewed when they were sent out for review?
yes, the SOPs were reviewed.
Who could I see a show of hands who reviewed them?
No, that's not for you to ask.
I understand.
I was under the assumption like every single sub department, so leader of the HVTU, my chain of command would be if I have an issue for HVTU or want to bring something up, I was told go straight to Bass, don't go through high command. However, I wouldn't operate without like the knowledge of high command knowing what's going on. I think that's where the miscommunication was. It's like high command is still in the chain of command, but for HVTU related issues, and I'm sure the same for MCU, then you could just go straight to the commissioner's office because they're kind of like your bosses at the end of the day. But that doesn't mean that you just get to operate without high command.
Of course. And the reason I asked the question is more trying to figure out how we even got to this.
Yeah.
But because it like I said, it's kind of taken a lot of us aback for a number of reasons.
I don't think anybody is expecting MCU or any sub department to go to high command and ask for permission for every single thing. It's more of like just being kept in the loop and having that communication line open, and high command being aware and privy to all the information that's going on, and it being open and available to them. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody else on our side of the table.
Well, I think that issue has already been addressed, and we realized there was an issue, and now we have access to things that we were hoping to have access to, so that we, don't run into this problem again where we're all just wondering what the heck's going on because we can't all see each other every day. I think that has been addressed. And I do think it was an issue before, but I don't think it was in specific anyone's fault. I think it was just kind of a result of the system that we set up, and then we didn't realize exactly how big of an issue it was because some of you guys didn't know even to ask what was going on because you didn't know something was going on. And that,
yeah. Sorry.
that just is what it is, and it's been resolved.
It was told to me that if I were to get into the chairman suggested that with the EMS situation,
Who
I
is that
should
back there?
have.
I'm about to find out.
Well, to be blunt, it's not a MCU panel anyway, so
I
we're not really
understand.
going into the inner workings of MCU and how they're beholden because it's not relevant. So we can move on.
I'll just wait for him to. I'm about to say something they probably don't want to hear.
Triple time. Putting a post-it note saying no one can come down.
It was relayed to me by the chairman that with the EMS situation, I should have held up the senator.
What?
Is that
I don't-
is that something I
what?
should have done?
Oh, what the heck?
You should
A
have
what?
held up.
He
What do you mean
suggested
by
I
held
put a
up?
gun in his mouth and held up the senator when he ordered me to work with him on this EMS bomb situation.
We're not answering that. We're here to
Understood.
review your actions. we'll convene and
I don't doubt
unless
that
there's any more questions
happened,
for him,
but
then we'll probably just
Jesus.
have you leave the room, across the hall, and we'll discuss, and then we'll bring you back in when we're ready.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Unless anyone has any more questions. Dark.
I
Reed,
actually have a
Stumble.
question.
Yeah, all right.
Brian, given everything that you've learned about and everything that you've heard people spreading rumors about and the precarious situation that the city is in right now because of everything that's been just spewed mindlessly, what do you think our decision should be today about you?
When I walked into this room, I wasn't sure if I was going to put my gun and badge on the table. But instead, I decided that for the sake of transparency, I should answer each and every question to the best of my ability. Not for any other reason than because I think you are owed an explanation, because I think communication has been bad and decisions over the course of many months, not any of y'all's fault. I think just because of how things are structured, that there's a lot of answers that y'all deserve. If you believe that I work in the best interest for the state and for the government, then only then should you allow me to continue to operate. However, if you on this panel are against the government, and I want to be very specific, if you want to press charges or oust Senator Davis, that's one thing. But if it's the entirety of the Senate and the government, I am not your man.
That didn't answer anything. You're saying like, if we're patriots, we should keep you, and if we're like traitors to the state, we should fire you. That is a wild answer to that question, Brian.
I think I could be a little bit more specific.
I mean,
Wasn't the question like, what do you think we should do to you? And you were like, maybe we can get a little
perhaps
condensed
it
version.
is. Yeah, sure. I believe that when I took my oath, it's to serve and protect, and that's not just the civilians of the city, but also the order that has been placed by the system in place. Now, I am going to be rather honest. I think if I'm ever going to be given an order to go against the government in and of itself, it's just not.
Brian, come on, man. No one's asking you to do that. We're asking. I mean, and that's Tessa. I don't want to speak for Tessa here, but I don't think that's like anywhere near the conversation that's being had. There's no perspective. We need you to ride against the state type thing here. It was very direct. What do you, given all the context, what do you think should happen to you?
I think maybe a better question is, what do you want to happen to you?
I'm rather fulfilled with everything that I've done thus far. If you think I can be an asset to the department and for the state, only then should we keep me on.
Okay, so Dark is going to love this answer, but if you're not going to answer the question, we're just going to say, I mean, like, you're these are such conditional answers. I think what I would like to hear is,
Sure.
what do you think should happen to you? Not, I took an oath, and then this oath states that I should uphold the no. Like, what do you think should happen to you, given all the context? Should you have a job here? Do you want to have a job here? No, none of the patriotism speeches, please.
I don't think it's patriotic, sir. I'm not intending it to be. But I hope you understand that there's a lot of questions in this atmosphere we have today.
Okay, so you're not answering. You're launching into it again.
I don't know. I don't know the answer
There you go.
to that.
That's an answer. In itself, that's an answer. The best one I've gotten. So.
That was really all I had.
All right.
Anyone else?
I've heard it all.
No, come on, I'm all right. Heard what I need to
All
hear.
right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'll be outside.
Jesus, man, what was that answer?
It was about what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, he's just launched it into.
I was just curious what his thoughts were on it.
It's very Brian not to give a direct answer and to launch into some patriotism speech.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll go make sure nobody's outside before we start talking about this.
All right.
Oh.
I'm just gonna grab a quick drink of water. Does anybody want anything?
I'm good.
Be 2 minutes.
No, I'm good. Hmm.
Oh boy.
Oh no. I've just had a prescription from the doctor saying no meetings tomorrow. This is bad.
Oh,
Does it say no high command panels either?
No, it just says meetings, so the panel
good
will
news.
be good.
So,
Yeah.
good
Is
for
this a
Walter.
meeting?
I don't
Technically,
think so.
but I mean,
I don't think so.
if you were to look up the dictionary definition, I'm sure this qualifies as a meeting.
Hmm. Only Air One Patrol. This is good.
No problem. Have a good one.
Who did Dark say he was doing again?
Getting a drink. I'll
Getting a
just be a
drink of
minute or
water.
two.
Ah, okay. So,
Hmm.
I guess we just want to wait for Dark so it doesn't
Yeah.
Yeah.
have to like retread the same ground.
I'm hearing someone in the hallway.
I don't really know if I want to share my thoughts on everything. Not yet. Anyway, chat. How are all of you? How is everyone doing today? Hope you guys are okay. I hope everyone's healthy, comfortable, full, fulfilled.
Sorry about that. So how do we want to do this, really? Do we want to go over everything and kind of give our opinion on it, or do we just want to cover?
Yeah.
Okay, I can.
Yeah.
I've got a statement from Snow. I don't know if
Oh
he sent
yes,
it to anyone
I
else.
also have that.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, he
Is
wanted
he,
to.
do you want to read it? I could read it.
Yeah, you read it if you don't mind.
Oh, and if you read it, you need to do it in a British accent because it's Snow.
I'm not doing that.
Cool.
I was born in America. It's my right to not respect the British.
All right.
Okay. Unnecessary, but okay.
Okay. From the desk of Lieutenant Trooper Jackie Snow, head of the San Andreas State Police. There's a date attached to it for today. Sorry, I might have to pause if you cough or stuff. But anyway, over the past week or so, I've been meeting with various members of UPD, as well as a couple of people currently residing as enemies of the state in Bolingbrook Penitentiary to get a full picture of the battle. After I was shot down in my B-11, in this statement, I'll be giving my opinion as the commanding officer of the San Andreas State Police. Please keep in mind there are some that I haven't had the chance to speak to, and therefore do not have all the information I wanted. My mindset with the war will differ from the other officers involved in the conflict between San Andreas and Sanguine because of my military background, along with Sheriff Svensson, Trooper Raven, Sergeant Kozlov, and NATO. During my time in the military, I learned a lot from the successes and failures of our operations and still try to apply those learnings to my police work today. The failures of our operations revolved around the moral compass of NATO's forces led by a vindictive and cruel general who was not a person for the people, nor did he really seem to care about them. Part of our orders were to control an area that had been inundated by rebel forces. Part of their tactics involved mixing their forces and base of operations amongst civilians. It was close to the end of our occupation when word came from intelligence about a stronghold and the next closest town where some of the remaining rebels were held up. Orders came down from on top that all of our forces were deployed, surround the location, and hit with everything we had from land and air units. Orders were to level the town despite all the knowledge of civilians being in extremely close proximity to our targets. The orders were given, and I'll be honest, questions were asked about the moral compass of the order. I, as Major General, this is Jackie Snow again, in this operation, was in a position to question the order given by my general. The only explanation that makes any sense here is that I was a soldier following orders that I felt were my duty to carry out. Part of the orders from the general was to send a fire team, a pre-attack under the call sign Trojan Horse. Trojan Horse's mission was to use a medical transport Humvee under the guise of giving medical care to insert a strike team. The strike team were ordered to attack the rebels from the inside to cause a mass confusion. Then our forces pushed in on the occupied town and wiped out everything that stood within it. The men were led to believe that any of these people still inside were to. Let me read this. The men were led to believe that any of those people still inside were to kill them. The civilians inside were innocent, had no control over what happened to them. And when the rebels came to their town, there comes a time when doing nothing becomes the greatest risk of all. The risk for me was my conscience. I spent a long time turning away from the truth I wanted not to face. My regret was not trying to change the course and face the truth. If I could go back to those moments that mattered the most, I would go back and try everything I could to continue our mission without destroying everything I'd worked for so far. These actions, along with the others, will always be my greatest regret of my military career. I will always have the same thought in the back of my head, back of my mind. I wish I had done something. I should have acted. These tactics existed in a war, a very different theater, and we should never be applied anywhere else. The lessons I learned on that day bring me to believe that these orders came from on top, the top of Sanguine, should have been challenged so that we had a chance to keep our moral compasses pointing in the right direction. Today, High Command are gathering a panel to discuss what part Brian played in sending a medic with an explosive device. Hindsight is a very powerful drug. So remember to ask yourselves truthfully, what would you have done in Brian's position? Would you have challenged the senator? Would you have truly tried to stand up and say no? The truth is, I don't think anyone can say that with 100% certainty. I do not believe Brian was in a position to do so. I want those at the panel to please take into account what was achieved by Brian in the MCU and to make any kind of assault possible. The work that was done to get the intelligence needed was incredible, and I believe that we may have lost the battle if we didn't have it. Remember, we may have won that battle, but most definitely have not won the war. It will continue, more people will die, and that problem will not go away by removing Brian from our ranks. I will, of course, respect whatever decision is made today, but we will need as many strong officers as possible to deal with whatever comes next in the war. There is obviously more that has happened that I do not have the full context on yet, and I do not want to comment fully on those without said context. I have absolute faith in our high commands and command team to make the most informed decision possible. Please contact me if you have any questions regarding my statement here. Signed, Trooper Jackie Snow.
They call me Beardy. Thank you for the 11 minutes. I appreciate that.
That's very well written, and thank you for reading that, Owen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he would have liked to be here, but I'm glad he, he wrote something instead because he couldn't make it. But obviously, I think we all wanted him to be here, but so I'm glad we got his voice on things. Yeah. Okay. So, I guess we'll start off with the EMS thing. What's everybody's thoughts on that?
I was not a huge fan of the deflection brought about when we brought up what Bison had done. He couldn't remember what he said to Bison, which I personally don't. I don't believe that, but he kind of contradicted himself a bit in certain statements where he was saying that there was no chance that anyone could have known anything prior to Bison meddling, but he was also saying that they were twatting things out, and they. I mean, some of it just didn't line up for me, and I wasn't too happy to hear that. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it, Owen, because you were the one sort of being the counterpoint to everything in our last conversation. And I would like to know, kind of now that we have the context from him, what you think about things.
And I will add really quick that I did get an official. Well, I got a statement from Veronica Mars. I met with her, so any questions on her side of things, just ask.
What's her statement?
I put it in note form. She wasn't comfortable giving like signing the documents or anything like that. I think because she's pretty broken by all this. If I'm being honest, I think it took a lot for her to come out of wherever she was hiding to even talk to me, and I had to essentially go off duty, put my phone away, and all that kind of stuff because she's genuinely concerned, given this has come out, for her safety.
Out of curiosity, Dark, when you did that, was Nick Simone present?
Yes, Nick Simone was present.
Okay, that's what he did to me as well.
Yeah.
That, I think, should also be taken into account. I don't disagree with Brian in that it is a bit inappropriate. I don't trust Nick Simone. I don't think any of us should trust Nick Simone.
No.
But it is a concern that I have that he is influencing things. I trust what Veronica said. I believe that she was under some kind of duress. And I find it alarming that she didn't say anything, but I also find it alarming that they wouldn't realize that she was under duress.
Yeah, as to your question, Owen, everything. This is the thing. Pretty much everything adds up. With kind of what Brian was saying, she stated that they asked for an EMS volunteer on radio, and nobody else was volunteering, so she did. Initially, Brian was kind of didn't really tell her what was going on. It wasn't until Brian brought her to the center that the center explained what was going to happen. She specifically said that Brian had a class 2 with a silencer on it, so that matches up with Brian's story. But what she told me matched up, with what Bison. I guess Tessa. I think you've spoken to both of them.
Yeah.
And their stories matched up. That's the kind of part for me that, I guess Brian not remembering things comes into question. Sorry, Owen. It was a bit of a convoluted answer, but
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Nick Simone ever got the designation enemy of the state, but he definitely has a bone to pick with Brian and Axel and the rest of PD. I don't think he's I don't know. Yeah, I'm with Tessa. I think that's his presence influences the statement, certainly. I'm thinking. I can clear up a few of my answers around the main thing before I get to the main thing. Like go arounds and talk about the things surrounding it before I talk about the actual thing. So he says he never pointed the gun at Bison, which I guess is also what other people have said. So that's not. I heard he had pointed it, but I guess maybe he didn't. So that's fine. It just sounds like it was more of a threat, and he had the gun in his hands when he did it, and that was the implicit, I'll make good on my threat type thing. I don't like threatening other officers. The last time we talked, I did kind of understands the need to. the gun in the hands definitely makes it more than just like a, hey, please leave me alone. It makes it more of like something he would potentially follow up on because he's got the gun in his hands. Regardless if he points it, he's carrying the gun, he's carrying the means to do it. And he's killed other officers before, so I don't know if that was going through Bison's head. I don't know if that was going through Veronica. I'm not sure she's even aware of that. That would definitely influence it. As far as the bombing itself, from his, correct me if I'm wrong, because he did a lot of talking, but it sounds like it was the senator's orders, it was the senator's idea, and Brian facilitated the execution. And for that, I find it hard to lay blame because, like Snow said, Bison stood up to them, but who else would have? I could verify what Snow said in his statement. I was involved in a lot of that. When it comes to false flagging, as a medic, he's talking about the Trojan horse thing. That happens. When he says medical Humvee, maybe that doesn't really capture what happens. It was a medical ambulance with a Red Cross on it and everything. But I don't know. That probably doesn't sit as well with you guys as it does with me. Personally, I don't lay blame on Brian for facilitating the senator's orders. I can't do that. During the activities of a war, I think it's unrealistic and unfair to hold people accountable on a Monday afterwards for what happened in the heat of the moment when there were terrorists meters below them. It's not realistic, to be blunt. If we're calling it a war, and it is a war with a foreign country, and we're acting in the capacity of soldiers, there's no place for insubordination. If the senator says do something, then it should be done. There's no question about that. Now that we're back into not civilian life, but police life, there's more of a room to ask questions and more accountabilities. Police always have more accountability than soldiers. But, to answer the root of the question that Tessa asked, no, I don't have a problem with the way the bomb was done. It's ultimately the same thing I'm going to say. It's down to whether or not we think that there could have been a reasonable expectation that the medic objected silently, and that's obviously a very tough conversation to have. So
For me, the follow-up of it, I'm sorry, do you mind if I just...
I'm just going to say, because I think that it came up a little bit briefly about the bomb remaining with the medic in her pockets. I don't place much blame on that for Brian specifically, because I understand how he was in the hospital and he got back out. And I think there was probably a presumption that the doctors or other cops would have removed the bomb. I don't lay blame on him for leaving the bomb with her. It's unfortunate it happens, and it should not have happened. But if Brian got blown up by an RPG and then went back to finish detonating the islands, I think he probably assumed other people handled it, and maybe there was a duty for him to inform other people to do it, but I can't really blame him for being in the hospital. But anyway, go ahead.
I think there's a miscommunication on that part, because I was made aware by one of the officers the other day that there was a meeting after the fact and they asked if EMS had a bomb and he declined, because I'm assuming it's because they asked if it was strapped to the EMS. So he said no. But as far as people who, may have been able to follow it up were aware there was, they were claiming that it wasn't them, He contradicted himself as well. He said that, Bison would have been the one to tell everyone it was being tweeted out. But in actual fact, I don't know if they necessarily knew that it was planted until the people of Sanguine started tweeting it out.
Well, I know that I was informed pretty much immediately after the fact. So if we hold Brian accountable for the bomb remaining on her, I was on the mainland that day. I was given this information. I was told about the plan and the plot. I was in charge of assisting with the medical treatment of people coming from the island. And if you want to hold Brian accountable for that, then you're going to have to hold me accountable too. Because I did not search anyone. I did not go and pick things off of anyone. That's entirely on me, and I'll accept that. But it just wasn't something that was running through my mind that day. I was dealing
And
with...
that's fair. It's less of, for me, it's less of like, him going and removing it. As long as other people were aware that it was there, then there's less of a problem, right? If he had sent them in and no one was aware that it was on her, no one was aware for sure that that was the case, then that would be, that's where I would have the problem. If people were aware and there was people who were able to do that, then
I was aware.
It's not his problem,
And I probably could have gone and tried to find her and tried to get that item. But my presumption in that situation was that if a group of psycho terrorists who wanted to bomb people found that medic with C4 on her person, my assumption would not be that they would have left that on her. Ever. I would not have guessed that. When I was informed of that, I was shocked to find out that they hadn't taken it off of her person to try and utilize it in the war. That fascinated me. I have no idea why they wouldn't have done that. Maybe it was to prove a point and for shock value to, send her out with the bomb and, to prove their point. But that was not anywhere in my mind on that day that she would have had that still on her person. And I get that he may have deflected. I wasn't at that meeting or whatever may have happened, and I didn't hear what was asked. But that part of it, I don't feel comfortable blaming Brian when I could have been just as accountable for that. I think that was just kind of, because I knew that it was, that bomb existed, that C4 existed. But it didn't cross my mind to go and collect it, because why would it still be on her? I would never have thought that in a million years. That's just kind of where I'm at, to be honest with you. And, if people were asking him questions about things like that, and he didn't answer, that's a whole different thing, I think, than him forgetting to tell someone to, hey, go collect this C4. Because why would he think that it's still on her person?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's not for me. It's not about whether or not he went and got it, whether or not he told someone to go and get it. It was as long as someone else was aware that, like, for sure it was on her person, so that it could be recovered.
Yeah.
That's what's important to me. And if he did make people aware, you were aware, then that's less of an issue.
As long as there's a reasonable expectation that someone would have handled it, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
So I think we can move on. When it comes to the Bison thing, I mean, we can get into whether Bison's in trouble or Bison did this or that, but I'm pretty sure Axel said, may he rest in peace, that he'd already done all that. So I'm going to stay away from placing anything on placing any blame on Bison because it's already been handled. But as far as threatening him, I just do want to reiterate. There's been times where I'm planning something sensitive, and for some reason, people feel entitled to walk up and just start listening for whatever reason. It's happens many, 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 many times. Have I responded in a way that's probably not? I don't want to say appropriate because that kind of like is influencing the rest of the conversation. But have I responded in a way that's probably not appropriate? Yeah, absolutely. Did I have a gun in my hands when I did it? Absolutely not. It was more It was clearly an empty threat, like, please, can you leave us alone for a minute? And the expectation should always be that just because someone did something wrong by walking up to you and trying to eavesdrop on a potentially very sensitive conversation, we're still, it doesn't justify a death threat. It doesn't justify an actionable one too. So there's definitely blame to be placed on Brian for that, in my experience, in my opinion. But like I said, I'm not going to blame Bison for it. So I mean, I think he's got to be cognizant of what he says to people and the way he says it. And when I look at this, I'm looking at this as more of a indicator about how he's going to go forward as a police officer than anything else, because I don't think it's fair to hold him. I don't think it's fair to say he's not going to be fit to be a police officer because he engaged in this EMS bomb thing. Because to be honest, it's very unlikely any of us end up with a bomb ever again, or in a situation where this could even be conceivable. And it's also clear from the way he talked about it that he's not going to do it again, even if he was given the opportunity to. So it's one of those things where I think the likelihood that we end up in the same scenario where he could do this, very low. And do I think he would do this again if given the opportunity? Very low. However, that changes a lot when it comes to the Bison thing, where I do think that same situation could happen very easily, where if he stays on as any role, might have someone walk up to him, and he might react the same way. And I mean, it's wartime, right? So of course he has a gun out. That's his excuse. It's active war. Of course he has a gun out, but that's not an excuse. You need to be cognizant of what's in your hands when you say something like that. You're still responsible for your actions, independent of what's in your hands or what the situation is. I think you guys might disagree with this, but I'll say my piece is that I think the worst thing he did on that day was threatening Bison, because the sole responsibility of the bombing was the senator. The senator gave the order, and Brian facilitated it, for better or for worse. And much like Snow, there's a lot of times I wish we'd go back and ask questions and question orders, but it's not appropriate as soldiers.
I think I do understand where you're coming from there. Like I do get it, and same with Snow. But I think this is a very atypical situation in which PD have been asked the most of, and a lot of them have done the brave thing and signed up to fight for that. So I guess the question is, regardless of whether or not someone is a soldier or a police officer, are we expectant of our officers to question decisions they consider to be morally wrong and going against the duties of a police officer, which is to protect himself?
Well, I would counter that with, one, he has no responsibility in that moment to fulfill the duties of a police officer, because he's not one. He was one before, and he will be one afterwards. But it was made clear by the senator, Axel, and everyone else that he was acting under the duties of a soldier. And those are not the same as a police officer. I think as a police officer, there's more of an opportunity to ask and question orders that you think are immoral. But as a soldier, I don't think you have the same leniency.
Okay. I understand that. And you don't have to do what Bison did and actively question it openly. But what stops you saying no? What stops you laying down your arms and saying, I don't want to do this?
I mean, potentially court-martial.
Right. But I understand that's a consequence of that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not stopping, nothing's physically stopping them from doing that and saying no.
Well, I mean, I would argue that treason would be a
Yeah.
threat. It's been stated that a senator can literally just decide they're going to charge you with treason if you go against their wishes. And
But at the same
I don't
time,
know.
I will say I don't think Brian was concerned about that. I don't think Brian was concerned about his job or about going to jail. I don't think Brian wanted to morally object to this. It seems from his testimony and from what he said today and the other accounts we have of the day, that Brian never stopped to question it. He never hesitated. He never wanted to question it. He went along with it wholeheartedly, more or less, right? So like we can try to argue on his behalf that he was scared of treason, or he was scared of going to jail, or he was scared of getting shot by the senator, or whatever. But I don't think that's even an argument Brian made himself, so I don't want to make it for him. You know, if Brian had felt that way, he would have said something. He doesn't feel that way. So the question becomes, should we fire him for following the senator's orders during wartime? And to me, the answer is no. In the bombing specific instance, to be very clear.
Okay. What's everybody else's opinion on that?
I mean, I know, I realize I made the argument that, you know, treason would be a concern, but I will say that, and I'll reiterate this from our last meeting, if, you know, I felt morally conflicted on something that a superior or someone was telling me to do, I would risk that. I'm not sacrificing who I am and what I stand for someone to be a nutcase or do something heinous. That's just me though. You know, and I can't speak for what Brian would decide in that moment. So it's hard for me to argue this one because I wouldn't have made that choice. I would have probably stood up against it, and I would have probably questioned it as well as Bison. And I may have gotten in trouble for that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you, to be honest. And I know what Snow said about hindsight being 2020 and all that, but I think when you kind of hit the nail on the head, which is, you know, we can say this, but Brian didn't. Brian had no, to me, showed no at any point during the questioning or anything, or even from his statements about being on the island.
To keep it concise, Brian never made a moral argument. He never made I wasn't sure about this, and I was afraid of the senator. He never said any of that, so there's no reason to even consider that.
Stubble, Chief?
I mean, it's like I brought up the other day, are we acting as police on an operation, or is it like a military thing? Because if we're acting as police doing some kind of like raid operation or military operation, we have a question when we interview people, right? Like if you get an unlawful order from a superior, do you do it? And you don't, right? Because you have the responsibility to disobey that order because it's an unlawful one. And the problem with Sanguine, there's no laws, and it's different times. We're using tanks and fucking Grozers and jets and class 3s and rocket launchers. So it's like, what's the line? And regardless of that, it's like the morality thing of like a moral order, and can you use morals to disobey your supervisor's order? Because you go down that, it's like if we're in the middle of a shootout at like Little Seoul and we're like, hey, we're gonna go push in and shotgun this person in the face, someone might be like, morally, I don't want to do that, but that's part of the job. But was Sanguine part of the job? And, you know, what's like, are they operating as cops? Which is what I keep going back to.
I think the fact it was referred to as a war by Axel and by the senator, I think there's a reasonable assumption that any person would assume they're acting as soldiers, not cops.
I don't think that they necessarily like can completely act as soldiers, I'll be honest. Like, I think that being that we go against these people every single day as police officers, I don't think we can just say, well, they're a soldier, they're acting as a soldier, because when they come back, they're not facing the consequences as a soldier. It's not the soldiers facing consequences, it's the police departments. I don't know if that makes sense or not,
Yeah.
but like, yes, acting as soldiers, but they're officers at the end of the day. People see them as officers. People saw them over there as officers, not as soldiers. We may have been under that understanding, but I don't think everyone was under that understanding.
When I approach it, I think if I was given the terminology war and that we're going to war and we're fighting a war, then I would assume that we're acting as soldiers, and I can't lay blame on someone for not acting as a cop.
Again, I don't like. I don't think
One
anybody
small
here
person,
is.
thank you for the
Just gonna
gifted
order
sub. I appreciate that.
You can go.
I
keep
think.
going.
Okay. Yeah, we know that people weren't acting as cops because they were doing things beyond what cops normally do. And that's understandable. But then the question becomes, okay, did the things they did as on Sanguine, if are we comfortable with having that kind of person as a police officer? And I don't
Well,
think
that-
morals
Let's say
go
somebody
out
did
the
something
window.
really bad, right?
Well, that
Let's
question,
say-
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I want to see. We have Echo Squad, Turo and Velsinger on it. What would we have done if it came out that in the middle of the fight, Turo was like, "Hey, Velsing, I've always had this grievance against you," and then shot him in the head, and like straight up committed murder? Like, obviously, we'd be having a panel, but it's like the legality is that wouldn't be illegal, and that wasn't like a part of the military operation. That's kind of like where we're at. It's like,
Well, that's kind of an unfair analogy because
Yeah, I'm
no,
not
it's
sure
talking
that
about
quite
literally blue on
matches.
blue with no justification. Like we're talking, I mean, the Brian thing is more complicated than that because I know some in this room feel like no matter what, the bombing was not okay. And some, myself included, probably maybe just me, feel like the bombing was justified because, well, assuming that this is going to be complicated setup, but if you assume that Brian thought the medic was consenting fully, then I don't lay blame on anyone for doing that, senator regardless, because it was a sacrifice to save the lives of potentially dozens of soldiers or cops or whatever you want to phrase it, going down that death funnel. So it's a much different setup than something just inherently morally wrong, which would be shooting your friend who poses no threat to you.
yeah. I mean,
That's
let's
not
say,
fair to say a blue on blue.
well, okay, let's say Bison is the one that volunteers to put the bomb down. Nobody has any issues, right? Like, if it was an officer, or if it was Brian, or if it was the senator that put the bomb down, there's no problems. I don't think a
Yeah.
single
Yeah.
person would have issues with that. And that's why there's the issue here. It's the medical issue. It's the sending in someone under the pretense. I mean, we've watched the documentary, right? They called the people of Sanguine and said, "We're gonna send someone down to perform medical on you and help you guys out." And instead, they were gonna bomb them. Like that's where the big issue is. And it's war, right? Like, you've got to do some stuff that are unethical sometimes, but it's kind of like, where is that line? And you could also paint the picture of Sanguine just gunned them down anyway. They're psychos. And it wasn't necessary to do stuff like, bombing them. But how we did it is where it went wrong.
I don't know if it is known or if it makes a difference, but according to Bison, he volunteered to go in place of the EMS as well. I don't know if everyone knows that.
I hadn't heard that.
And then what happened? What was the response?
Yeah. Was a...
That's, I believe, I can double check with him, but I believe after that is when they're threatened to kill him.
Yeah, threatened.
Basically.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I could be wrong on the order there, but
Yeah.
he told me that he volunteered to go in place of EMS.
I guess one of the questions I would ask is if Bison is there willing to go.
Well, he's a
I mean-
cop. That fundamentally that wouldn't work. If the plan is to
Yeah. the plan
disguise a
wouldn't
bomb
go.
as medical help, Bison wouldn't work flat out.
Couldn't Bison put on the EMS clothing?
Dude, they
Or the
know
medic
Bison.
clothing?
They
you don't,
know
you don't
who
think Clarkson
Bison
knows
is.
Bison? You
And
don't think
Fred.
Fred knows Bison?
Yeah.
Oh, Okay, okay. I guess I'll retract the bison part. Couldn't they have just asked for, a cop to pretend to be a medic?
According to Brian, there was not many cops left, like almost none.
Yeah.
But isn't
Was
that
that-
the issue? Is the going under the medical pretense?
Yeah, why?
To be blunt, I don't have a problem with going after the medical pretense. These people shot at the medics earlier in the war, as
Yeah, they
established
did.
by our
Yeah.
own like objective reporting, is that these people were shooting medics unprovoked earlier in the war. I got no problem with sending a medic in with a bomb. The question is ultimately, did the medic consent to doing that, and did Brian know that she didn't? And on top of that, do we absolve him because the senator gave orders to? I absolve Brian because the senator gave orders, and it seems to me the medic did consent, at least in Brian's eyes, to what information he had at the time. The fault I place is what threatening to kill Bison in front of her, and threatening to kill Bison, period. I mean, I wouldn't have
Okay.
cared if they dressed up someone as a school teacher and said they're going to teach them maths or something. I don't,
Oh my-
whatever it takes to eliminate the threat. You know?
Owen.
These people are cannibals, terrorists, traitors to the state. If we can sacrifice one person to eliminate 20 of them in a chokehold, then I'm up for that. I don't care what pretense we need to use to do it. These people are monsters. However, that's not really what the question is anymore. I don't think, the question really needs to become, did Brian know or suspect that she had withdrawn consent silently? And if he did, then he should be in trouble for that. The question then becomes, can we hold him accountable even though the senator ordered him to? And I don't know that we can. That's my opinion.
My question to that is, should he be aware that when he's holding a gun and makes a threat, that immediately then puts the person he's asking to do something under duress?
Yes.
I feel like he should know that.
He should know
Yeah.
that.
You know,
yes,
he
I
should
agree.
be
I think that's where we
cognizant of
align.
that, and that didn't happen, and that's the concern of mine. That it just, why wouldn't he not think of that?
Yeah, regardless of the reasons for holding a gun, he had perfectly good reasons to hold a gun. It's the threatening on top
Yeah.
of holding the gun that makes it like everyone had a reason to hold a gun. You shouldn't threaten someone if you're holding a gun, though.
Someone on your side, at least.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Well,
Yeah,
maybe it's better to circle back towards this because I think we're kind of
that's what I was
hitting
going
an
to
impasse.
say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, okay,
Because
so
it might just
then
come
there
to a
was-
point where we agree on enough other stuff that it justifies whatever we want to do without even going there.
Yeah. Okay. I guess next on the list would be when I guess it was two instances. First, when I ordered Brian to give me the evidence of why we're going to war and stuff, and he did not follow that order and said to talk to the Senate instead. And then in a similar vein about when I questioned him about the EMS situation, he directed me, I guess, to the senator. What do we think on that?
Well, it seems that he's under the impression that he only answers to the commissioner's office for some reason.
Yeah.
And we don't really have a way to answer if that's true or not, if that's actually the case.
I mean, we do.
Not
We
really
can
a lot
look
of
at the
commissioners to
SOPs
ask.
that we all reviewed, right?
That's true.
Which
I'm not
I
a
mean,
fan of
it
that.
kind of puts that
I'm
on
not a fan
us.
of it either, but he is right in the sense that he did submit those for approval, and I wasn't high command when those got approved, but they
thought
were
I looked
ran
through
by
them.
high commands.
Like I have looked through them before, but I looked through them last night and I couldn't see it. I might be blind though.
They might have got rid of it.
I think regardless, I feel like we were never given a verbal indication that was the case. It was almost like it's like 3 words in a how many page document. Like I don't want to have to be reviewing something like a lawyer instead of cooperating with a sub department of the police department. Like it doesn't feel like it's done in good faith. especially given the fact that Brian stated himself that it was a condition of his to I guess run MCU to not be under high command and instead be under the commissioner.
I just looked under it then. It may have been amended, but I was right when I looked under it last night. There's 2 mentions of the word commission. One is the Major Crimes Unit is a division of the State Commission's office that is responsible. So a division of their office. And the other one was priority cases are ones that the Commissioner's office or the director specifically assigns to the MCU. So I don't even think it's clear in the SOPs who they report to, in my opinion. Like it says it's a state commissioner's, a branch of that, but that does not mean that it does not fall under the chain of command of high command.
At the end of the day,
I
whose
agree.
fault is that?
Here's what I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the MCU should answer, any detective unit, every unit, period, should answer to high command, not the commissioner's office.
Yeah.
However, if the commissioner approves that MCU only answers to him, then it's hard for me to be mad at Brian for not answering to Dart because he was told he wouldn't have to.
I don't think that's anyone's fault. Like we probably should have picked it up in the SOPs, but I wouldn't have necessarily gone looking for that in the SOPs either. Like I was just under the assumption that it was like any other unit where the leader of that unit responds to high command. So I don't think that's anyone's necessarily fault.
Yeah, and I agree that we shouldn't have to review SOPs like a lawyer defines loopholes where they exempt themselves from high commands. However, it's clear he couldn't do this in the first place if Axel, Bass, or Toretti, whoever the commissioner was, didn't approve it. So, it's that's.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you, Owen.
You're fine.
He may have been under the impression that the commissioner's office informed us, and he might have just not realized that he needed to verbally inform us because he thought we were aware.
Yeah.
How is he to know, It's just one of those communication things that we constantly are just having these problems, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just an amalgamation of bad comms, and we're trying, and I don't necessarily blame Brian for that.
Yeah, same. Stubble, you didn't say anything for the last hour?
I said a little bit, but yeah, it's kind of like they threw it in like a little message and kind of got fucked on it, but we're aware of it. Like we said, we're taking the measures to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Having Malton being like a person in between the communications, like director between MCU and us, and then I talked to Kovacic yesterday. He wants to try and get some like either weekly or bi-weekly reports through Malton to us. We don't have to like review and approve them to do everything. Just if we're curious to see what's going on, that information will be available to us. But I don't know. It is kind of strange that he wouldn't give us the reasons why he had to go through only the commission's office, and kind of ridiculous that was a thing, and I'm glad it's no longer a thing.
I guess my concern is when it comes to me ordering Brian, I guess, for the evidence prior to the war. So if, I guess then it comes up. I want to get clarification on this because obviously I have a different opinion. But if a sergeant orders an officer to tell them something, and then that officer had already had a discussion with, let's say, a lieutenant, can the officer just say, I can't do that because, the lieutenant is the lead on this case or whatever? I guess, because that's obviously it's really, on a grander scale.
Is that really comparable though?
I mean,
I'm not too sure.
I mean, here's a better way to phrase it is, if I'm the sheriff, Stubble's the undersheriff. And let's say like Tessa, for the purpose of this example, is like a sergeant. If I tell Tessa she doesn't answer to anyone but me, and Stubble says, I want to know about this, answer me right now, is Tessa under obligation to tell Stubble? The answer to me is no. I don't place blame.
She'd be disobeying the sheriff's order.
She'd be disobeying an order given. She'd be disobeying the previous instructions that she doesn't have to do that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I understand.
sticky one. It's something that shouldn't happen, but
Yeah, but it does. And
it did, and it does.
yeah.
Chat, Dark has to be nitpicky, okay? Please,
Of course.
relax. Please.
Okay.
Just
so
watch.
the next thing
Just
was
enjoy, please.
the bison threatening situation.
Be
but
nice.
I
Say
think
nice
we've
things.
Yeah, I'm
Be
pretty
clarified
positive.
that.
not okay with that.
What about Brian making the bomb and
This
then
is stressful
blowing up
enough
the
as it
villa
is.
when we had officers MIA still?
I mean, it sounds like from his recollection that there were no officers MIA, at least in the villa. It was swept and cleared, and then he was ordered, it was part of his instructions to get rid of the bomb-making bench and destroy it. So I'm okay with that.
I don't like
You
it, but
can-
it makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same opinion. Though I mean, we saw in the listen. I don't expect Brian to know this. Obviously, it's hindsight, but Moosebeard was down in the cellar where they were all held up. So he was definitely in the villa at some point, and
Well,
we had the same belief. Like he knew it. He saw them go in there, and we knew it. We saw them last seen at the villa. So that's why I was asking the questions. As you know, did we have a threat to officer safety that we had to leave? That we had to do that right there and then? And obviously, he said that there was the Eastern Bloc, so that's a possibility.
Depends if you think he's lying or not. That's what it comes down to. Because he says the entire place was swept for hostiles, friendlies, whatever. And if that's the case, then you either believe him or you don't. And you think he's maliciously trying to bomb officers or he's not. Because according to this, the picture that Stella posted, it looked like last visual of Moosebeard was in the room where he would have planted it, no?
hold on.
So either he planted it next to Moosebeard, or Moosebeard had been dumped in the water or kidnapped or whatever happened to him.
So
Kiriel, thank you for the 5
C4
gifted.
was
You're
sent where
amazing.
officers were.
Oh yeah,
You're talking
in
about the
hindsight.
medics before? Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they were gonna bomb.
Oh yeah. There
Moosebeard
was
Bridge.
tons of there's tons of injured officers there. That's
if you
part
look-
of it is that you're basically, I mean, that kind of gets that's a messy argument about like technically every like grenade or shot fired near downed officers is is that okay? And it's kind of has to be, because when they're down on the ground, they're kind of out of the equation, right?
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable making that argument, because
Yeah, it's a messy
even
one.
here in Los Santos, we have that issue where
Mhm.
I don't like this. I'm just going to touch this briefly because I don't like it. But if an officer goes down and a suspect's like, we're going to shoot him again, how do we feel about that? Because that's where I'm at on that. And I think we're pretty clear
I
that
think
that's
the
not
only
something
reason
we're
I mentioned
entertaining.
that was because I thought it was said that there was no police officers down there.
They may have
where
meant that
the
in
C4 would
the.
have gone off, but
They may have meant
It's-
that like police officers up.
We'll be right
in that
back.
sense.
yeah, okay.
I'm not trying to answer for him. I don't know. We could bring him back in if you wanted to.
I don't think it's that
Takes all the food.
imperative. I don't know.
Well, huh?
Yeah, I agree. It is what it is.
All right, thanks.
Okay, and then I'll wait for someone actually. And no, we didn't. So then we had the killing Divine situation.
I mean, he left this part out for some reason, and I wasn't going to correct him because I was curious where he was going with it. But prior to, in between the Divine and Axel going at each other's throats, and Toretti, Brian, and Axel trying to go and do what they did, there was a whole section where I was with Brian and Axel, and they were kind of running around with chickens with their heads cut off, trying to get to the island to talk to Divine or do something. And it's my own personal recollection that they didn't seem serious about killing them. They seemed they seem pretty cooked, I guess. It's like it's hard to place intent there, because I think they were They were kind of just running around, like
Oh, and coming in with
on their
the it was
phones and shit, and,
SBS.
I don't think we were ever within any kind of like reasonable. We're gonna kill
Oh
him now
no.
type of frame. I don't think we. Personally, from what I saw, I didn't think that they actually had any plans to kill Divine. I think they were just kind of panicking.
I mean, like I get that, but I think that they brought a sniper rifle, and Brian said they brought that sniper rifle in case they had to kill Divine. I don't think there's any excusing that, to be honest. Like,
Well,
up
I mean,
until
that's like the equivalent of, going to, I don't know, like go to a 911 call, like a disagreement between two people, and you bring your service weapon with you. Are you planning to use it? No. Do you need it just in case? Yeah, maybe. I don't think that makes
right,
them
but
murderers.
yeah, but the intention to bring the sniper rifle was never to defend themselves; it was to kill
Well,
Divine.
I specifically asked questions about that because I wanted to clarify when that plan was being made and why exactly. And he made it pretty clear that they were under the impression at that time that Divine had swapped sides. And, when we're talking about people committing treason, terrorism, stuff like that, we were planning on going to the island and probably killing everyone on that island. Is that any different than saying it about Divine?
But they were treasonous at that point. Like, the treaty had not been broken. He was a civilian he was a Los Santos civilian.
They never said when they were going to carry out the assassination or whatever they were doing, though.
Right. I don't understand your point, I'll be honest.
I mean, at the time we were going to arrest him because we thought so the whole thing is, maybe this is like a missing piece for you, is that he was being charged with attempted murder for Dundee, right? And the agreement was that we weren't going to do that until after his undercover operation finished and concluded, right? But because he resigns in a fit of rage or whatever and said he's going back to the islands, he's now a fugitive. Now, if you frame it like that, the question becomes, do you fault someone for taking a gun with them to apprehend a fugitive? And I don't.
I think that you're simplifying the situation way too much because you're missing out all the context of that. Brian has admitted, I've got Bundy admitting on statement, Toretti has admitted that the four of them were talking about killing Divine, not bringing a gun to make sure that if things get bad, they can protect themselves. The sniper rifle was brought up as a method to kill Divine.
Because it's an assassination, not an apprehension.
Yes.
That's what their plan was. But they tried to hide it with an apprehension.
Right. So I think the argument that the sniper was brought to protect themselves for an apprehension attempt that's just false.
Yeah, but this is like a borderline thought crime at this point where we're prosecuting him or not prosecuting, but we're coming at him for something he thought about doing and didn't actually act on. Something he thought about doing, prepared to do, but didn't do.
That's conspiracy.
Okay.
Conspiracy to commit murder. That's a crime.
Yeah, but if we apply this logic across everything we do, I think we'll all be in jail. You've never thought, man, I really would like to kill TJ Walker,
No, I've never done that.
Well, you're more honest than me, I guess.
I think there's no argument that I think anybody here can make that with the facts that we've been given, we had members of the police department conspiring to commit murder. That's it. That's the
While
truth.
on
And
duty and using their position of power to do it.
right. So if we want to defend that, then well, I won't be taking part in that.
Where was his energy with Pred, man?
Sorry.
Where was his energy with Pred months ago?
What do you mean, Svensson?
Didn't we have a sheriff prior to me and Toretti, who not only talked about attempting to murder people, we think he did?
And he set trial for that, right?
For every
He stood
time he
trial.
threatened to kill someone. He stood trial for that, you think? Because that's incredibly naive if that's what you think.
Well, are we in a position
No.
to fix it then? Do we want to let that be our standard because it's happened in the past? Because now that we have the ability to actually take action over those things, we just want to say, oh, well, this happened in the past, so let's let it happen again.
Yeah, it's just I don't know
I don't
why
think we
we're
should let
doing
it happen.
whataboutism.
I don't think we should let it happen because it happened in the past. But I think we need to acknowledge our biases, in which we were more willing to let it happen with Pred for some reason than with Brian.
I think
I don't know,
that's
Brian said
not
a lot of fuck things.
that's not the fairest thing, Owen, and I don't disagree with you necessarily, but things were definitely different, and we were not in the positions we're in. You know, I felt powerless against him. I tried to get him prosecuted many times. It never worked. I don't know if it's very fair to make that argument. But I'm just not sure about this whole sniping thing because we were planning on going to war, right?
Yeah.
And
Not at that point.
I mean, I think we were.
Yeah, I mean, the trajectory was such that we were going to go to war.
We were on
whether
a
or not there were
collision
negotiations
course.
planned or not.
Wait, so you're saying that before the treaty broke down, we were planning on going to war?
Yeah, are you that naive that you don't think that there were plans made just in case it fell through?
Divine's affidavit was out at that point. We knew they were constructing things on that island.
Bass had HVTU create a plan to have 16 people go over and pull back Divine if his cover got blown.
We had intelligence there was
May.
a bomb factory, and you think they were going to turn it over willingly in negotiations, and we didn't come up with a plan to invade if they didn't?
Right. Okay, fair enough. Regardless, what right do we have to assassinate someone if that's the case?
I just question how far it actually came towards assassination versus talking about it. And I mean, the part that we're not talking about is that how much of this was Brian's plan, how much of it was Axel's, and how much of it was Bundy's. And now maybe Bundy feels bad and is saying did something different, but you know, I'm questioning maybe if Bundy had a change of heart and trying to cover for himself a little bit because you know.
Can we pump the brakes for a second?
Okay.
I just got a text from Bundy asking if Brian really resigned or if it was something on Twitter.
It's another Silas situation where we don't have to do anything.
God, dude, that'd be such a pain in the ass.
Considering LSBN is about to make a
Apparently, he's already
statement.
talked to Ursula. Oh my God.
Eve?
Or she's already
Eve?
got
We did it.
Yeah, I see that.
Said something about how he formally quit the PD and is running for Senate?
What the fuck?
Huh? Okay, maybe that's
And he
just
retweeted it.
stupid.
Shelly Smith, of course, classic.
Brian did retweet the thing from me.
Yeah, he retweeted it. So has he quit? What are we even doing here anymore?
Someone want to call him?
Yeah,
But he do an
I'll
Axel,
call him.
which was doing a Silos.
Yeah, the bigger man move, just to quit before we can even come up with what we want to do to him. It's crazy because you know what? This is what happened with
Okay,
Silas.
let's not assume. Let's not assume.
Well,
Let's ask
I'll
him
call
first.
him, but I'm just saying. Everyone
For
thinks
all
I
we know,
fired
he's under
Silas.
duress. Do we know he's still upstairs?
Why would he leave if he thinks
Oh,
we're...
he's not
I
upstairs.
don't know.
FYI. Sorry. I didn't realize he was meant to be still up there. He's not up there.
Is he
When I got
alive?
food, there was no one up there.
I'll go check the top floor.
I assumed that
I know
he
the
was
sanguine
going and
people
we were
have been
pulling him
saying
back.
that
I'm so
he's
sorry.
next, this, that, and another, so.
Mhm. But they're also in prison. Brian, are you under duress? Okay. Can you figure out a way to say, like, if you were, are you at SDSO anymore? Have you left?
Is he okay?
Okay. Is this you quitting?
Is someone killing him?
Okay. How come?
Oh god. He's quitting? Uh-oh. Heck.
So this can be summarized. You don't have faith in PD or DOJ anymore.
Oh my god. I could have left this meeting. Brian, why are you like this? I woke up early
Okay, so
for
you don't have
this.
faith in PD.
Toxic.
So you quit.
That's toxic.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
I'm reporting
Yeah, he
him.
quit. He says he's not in duress.
he
and quit
wasted
because he
my
doesn't
heckin'
trust,
sleep.
PD. He won't say I don't trust PD. He says elements in PD, which I think he said he likes me or whatever, but I think he doesn't like you guys, and he quit. So I hung up because I just didn't want to hear the rest of his 10-minute
Patriotic
monologue.
spiel, yeah.
Yeah, we can get that later on from LSBN or whatever.
Good news. RHL arrived with my new delivery of mugs. Bad news.
I woke up
Brian's
early
not
for
there.
this.
Where's Brian?
I'm telling you,
I've
he
woken
quit.
up at 5
He
a.m.
quit.
for 5
He actually
days
quit.
this week for
He
this.
quit. He doesn't believe in PD high commands or the DOJ, and he quit. And now you can't stop me from saying it now because I'm going to say it. People are going to say he got fired when that's not what happened. It's not even what happened with Silas. They fucking keep quitting before we can even figure out what we want to do with them. They just keep quitting before we can even figure out what we want to do.
Fire him anyway.
Hold on, I was going to bring this up. I think it's only right that we, given everything we've heard, I think we need to make a decision. Would we have fired Brian if he didn't quit?
I'm not making that decision. He quit. That's all that matters.
Great. So, abstaining. Tessa?
He pulled a fucking Axel in a Silas.
Well, Axel died.
Well, Axel also walked
for the
out.
Self-suspension thing.
Yeah.
And he went into the prison with a cursed call sign.
Well, you know what? Listen,
Yeah.
he's a dead man. We got to honor his memory. I'm not going into that.
That's the thing, by the way. There's been a complete sideways, but a lot of people be smithering Axel's name. He was an asshole, but he died a hero.
I'm not a huge
Did
fan
die a
of
hero.
what's been said about him. Yesterday we announced it at the meeting, just in case anyone hadn't heard. And someone walked out and did a backflip and started cheering, and I had to,
Yeah, we had people cheering.
I had to reel that in, and that's just disgusting to me.
Yeah, Neil was the same. It's like, regardless of what you liked about him or what you hated, the guy was a person. He had a family. He was one of us. It might not have been a while. He might have done some fucked up things.
He traded himself for like what?
A
6,
lot of
7,
officers.
10,
Yeah.
maybe injured officers. I mean, whatever you thought about him, he died for some people's sins over there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And
I was
I'm not
making
gonna.
fun of him by saying that cosine call, by the way.
No,
I
I'm
just-
not saying.
Straight up
No,
was a
no, I don't
curse.
think anyone was.
Yeah.
I was saying that he took the curse and went in there. And,
Said I might
I
die.
mean, he did it for the right
And then he
reason,
did
but
die. Yeah.
He was suspended. It wasn't his call to make, but you know, he died a hero. I'm just saying he suspended himself before we could even come up with what we wanted to do, and then he went and died. So we'll never know. Yet another Silo situation is all.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that Dark probably would have fired Brian. Am I right?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Ask me how I knew.
How did you know?
I suspected when you. Sorry, I can't. It's
I want to give my genuine opinion on it though. I think you've probably picked it up already, but it's a lot about whether or not I would be able to, as a member of High Command, trust Brian Knight to have the best interest and protect and serve as a police officer. And given his actions as a whole, not just the EMS thing, but as a whole, with the Divine situation and the bombing and all of that, I would have to answer no. And given that, I would not feel comfortable having him employed as a police officer.
I mean, you know, I would have fired him for what he did to Cody if I could have. You know, I would have. I'm pretty sure I told you guys this a while ago that he was bragging to me in prison 3 months ago about how he murdered several people considered suspects for crimes, like vengeance style, and got away with it. And I don't know.
He also walked into the court case the next day, which was like, I can't remember who the court case was for. It might have been when they murdered the John Doe. And said, "I'm just like you guys. I killed a cop," or something like that. When was bragging about it.
Oh my god, I remember that.
Yeah, it's not clear to me
Fucking
how much
asshole.
how much of that's serious, how much of that is not. But judging by the fact he did kill Cody and the fact he did brag about that, leads me to believe that he's serious about the rest too. And yeah, whatever.
I didn't feel it right for me to bring that up, so I didn't. And I've tried to not really take that into consideration. It hasn't
right,
been.
he's your son. Yeah.
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 I was there. You shot that guy in the back of the head. Sorry about you, kid, Doc. It was.
Yeah, we know what Brian did. Yeah, can we?
It's like turn around.
Yeah, Stubble. Thank you, Stubble.
Yeah,
So much
that's
blood.
what happened, Stubble.
XC was on the sofa and he was covered in blood.
Tessa, what would your vote have been if we got to it?
Well, I was still kind of undecided. I'm gonna be honest. He made a lot of his points a lot more clear with his explanations. I know I was defending a lot of the stuff that he said. I was providing you with counterpoints, Dark.
Yeah.
I think for me, what it comes down to is the fact that he put someone that was trusting him under duress. And he didn't realize that. And the concern I have is that he didn't realize that. I think a lot of the other stuff was explained. I think he had good reasons for some of the stuff that he did. And maybe not good reasons, but good explanations. And, you know, I don't want to take the word of people who committed treason. I don't want to trust what they've said or anything along those lines. And I do have concerns about Veronica being kind of guided or manipulated by, you know, outside factors. But at the end of the day, she told me she was under duress. She did not want to do that. And for me, that's kind of the line. And yeah, she should have spoken up, but she shouldn't have had to if she was made to feel that way. And I don't know if I, as someone in high command, could have justified letting him keep his job after something like that.
Hold on, his gun is just on the desk upstairs. I'm gonna go
All
grab
right.
it, 'cause it's just-
And I just, the fact that he couldn't even look us in the eye and tell us that he said that to Bison. He went with the "I don't recall what I said" excuse. And that bothers me. You know, if he had actually been honest, I feel like I would have respected that a bit more. But he wouldn't acknowledge it. And that bothered me. Because what if when he comes back here and does stuff in the capacity of the PD and not as a soldier, and he says, "I do not recall"? Am I meant to trust him on that? After
Should I grab his key?
not believing him?
Yeah, you should do that.
It's just hard to trust that, you know? I don't know if I would have wanted him permanently removed. You know, maybe a lengthy suspension could have gone through. Maybe some other kind of punishment, you know, having him work through a press release, talk to the community about what transpired. I mean, I don't know. There's a few things that could have been done, but obviously it's been decided for us, so I don't really know what I would have said. But I was probably leaning towards some kind of punishment over just letting it go. Because the public is waiting for something to have happened. And we're gonna have to deal with the aftermath of that, no matter what we decide. And we're gonna have to talk about it. And I just want to feel good about what I'm talking about.
You know, tomorrow for the whenever that ends up happening for Walter, we got to make someone keep an eye on him so he doesn't fucking quit or something while we're doing this.
Oh, I was just thinking that too.
Like, we got to put him in the corner or something so we can watch him.
I don't think we can detain him.
It's
guess
these
not.
panels. Maybe something isn't working with panels.
It may be
What a
like the deliberation. They're just like, oh, they've been talking for 10 minutes. I think I'm done. I'm gonna retain my dignity and quit. Is that it? I don't know.
Did Silas quit while deliberation was happening?
Yes, the same
Oh
thing.
my god.
Well, actually, it wasn't even that. No, I'm pretty sure what
It
actually
actually did the
happened
same.
was I thought about it for a little bit and I wasn't sure, and so I brought him back in to talk about it, and I asked him like 3 more questions, and in the middle of answering the 3rd question, he's just like, you know what, I quit. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
He just, I mean, Dark was there. He just in the middle of a question. I swear I wasn't even done yet. He just quit.
Yeah. And just quit. Yeah, I want to kind of clarify why I want us to kind of make a decision. It's more so, I think coming out of this whole situation, we need to have a unified front, and we can't be given our own answers that are our own opinions. We need to give an answer as high command.
Yep. Well, personally, my answer would be that I would have fired him a long time ago and used this as an excuse. But that feels wrong.
Oof.
So I probably would have not. I would recommend the not firing him.
Okay. All right. Stubble.
Yeah, I would have fired or given like the counter thing of like, kick him to UPD, strip him of command and everything, make him just a flat officer. That or firing, but more leaning towards firing because I think everybody else would be like, fuck it, just boot him. But that would be like the counter thing to the long suspension that Tessa said. But I'm also kind of the opinion we've done a lot of kicking a UPD, and I'd rather just like rip it off and fire them. And then if they want to, reapply, they can do it down the line.
Yeah, I kind of think we talked about this with Shelby, where it's just like pushing them down to UPD, basically firing them, but making them do the firing part.
I mean, sometimes we generally do want to bring them back in.
Yeah.
Like, who was the Logan Taylor, right? Like, there was an attempt to bring him back in. It was kind of left in his court, but then he fucked it. So then you guys in LSP Shift 1 had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So sometimes, like, there is reason. I completely agree. And we did it with Frost right at the start of the restructure. Sometimes it works, but when it's like these colossal mess ups, just boot them out.
Yeah. Well, we got anything
Chief?
else? Yeah. Reed, I guess.
For me, it comes down to whether I can trust someone within the command structure to be moral within all of their decisions. I don't think he's demonstrated that within this, but outside of this either. Like Owen said, I'm probably in the same boat of it was a long time ago. I don't think going forward I could trust him, and I don't think I could make a decision now with his reaction that makes me think that, he didn't know what he was doing. If he truly thought that he had nothing to blame here, would he not have stayed here?
So, what would your decision have been?
I would probably have gone for the firing or the worst of punish, like not the worst of punishment, I guess. Firing is the worst punishment, but the severe punishment with UPD or firing.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
I'm also mad that I've woken up at 5 a.m. for a week straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, for real.
I don't think I can take that out of my decision right now.
I'll be lying tomorrow. Oh,
Are we doing the Walter thing in like
No, I
7 or 8
can't.
hours? So like that's
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's up to like I said, Owen, Chief, and Tessa. If you give a time, I think Walter will be there. So you can let me know now, and I'll let Walter know to give him some advance warning.
I don't think we should do it in like 7 or 8
Yeah,
hours.
maybe we should wait a day.
I got a final to do it like late shift 3, early shift 1 tomorrow, and I'm trying to
He does want to do it. He does want to.
Tomorrow at the same time, then.
I cannot. You guys can do it
Yeah.
then. I cannot do it again. I'm
Yes.
not waking up again at that time.
Yeah, I
in the
don't know
morning.
if I
Not for
should.
them to walk out. Ain't no way.
Well, let's just do shift 3. So, fuck.
So instead of
Look, I'm
Sunday,
happy to
So
do
it
it
would
later
be-
in the week at that
it'd be
time, but I've given
it'd
up
be
my
Monday
entire weekend
morning?
to this.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do Monday morning
Early
AU.
Monday.
Yeah, let's do on
That's
we're early
fine.
Monday then.
Monday. How
It'd
many
be,
hours?
technically, it'd be like 2 a.m.
it'll be like
Eastern
7, 8,
on
9
Monday.
a.m. for his time.
So like 4 or 5 Australian time or something.
At the tsunami or after?
A little bit after, yeah.
Probably 8 a.m. for his time.
Like an hour after?
Wait, an hour after. I'm going to use one of those converters properly this time, and
Yeah,
I'll
that's a good
let
idea.
Walter know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll let Walter know about that. So to circle back a little bit, if we get asked by
we would've
the
fired him.
press, is that what we're going with? Or are we? Is that what we're agreeing the vote would have been?
I personally,
I
I
don't think it
think
matters,
that
personally.
doesn't. I mean,
People are gonna ask, and we can say, yeah, we would have fired him, but it doesn't matter because he quit before we could make a decision.
I don't think.
So-
I think the answer should be he quit whenever anyone asks.
Yeah.
I think.
yeah.
I think it's unfair to us to try to come up with some kind of answer that I mean, to be blunt, we don't have to. Like we can know what our answer would have been to ourselves in our head, but just like with Silas, when people ask what happened to him, he quit. He wouldn't let us finish. He wouldn't let us deliberate. Their patience on us ran out before we gave up on them. Brian gave up on us. That's all we can say.
Yeah. I think my only concern will be, a public relations standpoint of not giving an answer.
I mean, the
I
answer is
think,
just going to be he quit, because that's the God's honest truth, is that he quit. If anyone asks, and that's what he'll say, because that's the truth, is that he quit.
And if they ask, if you had action to decide what would happen to him, what
Doesn't
would
matter.
Hackman
He
have
quit
done?
before we could even give it. That's my answer.
Yeah, we don't need to give them detailed explanation of our internal discussion or anything along those lines. I think it would be best if we just address it, say, we were looking into the matter. He decided it was not worth, us pursuing it, and the ultimate result of that was his resignation. And we can leave it at that. We don't owe anyone any other kind of explanation. They may squawk at us and say, we need answers, but they don't need answers. We know what we were going to decide. We know the facts. We know what happened. They don't need to know that.
I agree. He quit, and that's all there is to
If
it.
Brian would like to speak on his own behalf, he's more than welcome. But, he resigned. The problem has resolved itself.
While I
Next
have you
problem,
guys
though.
here, go ahead, Seville.
What do we do with MCU going forward? Obviously, everybody has said that we want to keep it, and I think it's fantastic, and it can very much survive without him. We have interim director Kovacic. Kovacic is mulling over if he wants to be run for full-on director. He wasn't asked to be interim, by the way. He just woke up, and apparently Axel announced that he was interim director, so that was cool. But he's okay with being the interim and taking his time to make sure that everything's okay and working on fixing the communication. So do we want to kind of let him be in that position as interim for a bit, see if he wants to have it full time, or do we want to leave it to the supervisors to maybe have a vote? There was also the suggestion that there is no director and that they just have supervisors that have a lot of power and responsibility, and they just use that Molten messenger. Yeah, it is giving Molten some power that he somehow saw and squeezed himself in, but he's good at it, so why not?
No, I think they deserve to have a director. I think they deserve that.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe let's leave Kovacic there for now and say
I've told him that Brian resigned because Kovacic needs to know these things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was going to tell him myself, but
And then we
leave
have
Luca
a
there for
meeting.
now, and then we can. I think applications is a good idea. If Luca's doing a good job and he wants to
Yeah.
keep it, he can apply. He's showed us what he can do with it, but I think we should open it up a little bit this time.
Yeah.
here's what we should do. On the same token, so we want to do the PIO thing still, right? The Public Information Officer.
Yeah.
And then we also need to do a PBSO lieutenant. We could just do a general announcement with 3 links to application forms, knock it all at once, saying if you want to apply to interviews for the PBSO lieutenant, here. If you want to apply to be a public information officer for interviews, here. If you want to, and then we could just do all 3 of those.
The PBSO one, though, we're having a sub message saying corporals plus and PBSO only, because
right. Yeah, we can
we have
hash
so
out
many
the
people
actual,
that are great for that, but
we can hash out the actual message later, but, or just after we finish here. But if you're cool with rolling that into one giant announcement, that way it's not 3 scattered ones over the week. We can knock out 3 birds, 1 stone. But I think I'm in agreement. Kovacic is he's a good guy. I've known him for a while. He's as long as he's informed that Brian quit and he's willing to do it in the interim, we just leave him there until we're done conducting interviews. And if he wants to run for it, obviously his performance will be evaluated, put towards his consideration. So far so good. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
all right.
This is a general question. Is there any concerns about the documentation or anything that Brian has? Do we want to act on that at all, or just leave him to it?
Tell him to turn it over to
Kovacic.
One of us. No, it should probably be one of us, because we don't know if Kovacic is going to keep it, and then that's another thing we have to wrestle back if we don't. I think it's likely we keep him, but why even go through that headache? I mean, he could just give it to Whoever, just tell them to turn over whatever there is to someone in PD in high command or whatever. And I don't know. Does anyone want responsibility having that stuff for now?
I got enough
No.
documents in my hands.
What's this?
It
Sorry?
doesn't matter.
Just the MCU documentation, just so it's still in PD hands. We're gonna ask Brian to turn over most of it, at least access, control. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. But if he does, then we need someone to be the person to hold it. So
His final wish was that we support what he created, and I think that we can honor that by, keeping his documents and his structure intact.
yeah.
I'm happy.
So we'll,
I'm happy to handle it.
All right.
Yeah,
Can you reach out to
doesn't
him
matter.
and just say, hand me whatever you got, and if he does, he does, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. It's whatever.
Well,
Okay.
and to get clarification on water one more time, so I don't get it wrong, it's not Sunday but Monday, 1 hour post AU tsunami.
It would be Monday at 3 a.m. Eastern.
It's like 30 something hours from now. 32 or 3
Monday
hours,
3 a.m.
something like
Eastern
that.
is the best way I can put it.
Yeah,
Nope.
I think yeah, that makes sense. Okay, all right, I got it.
All right. See you guys there, or if you need me before then, I'll write up some kind of announcement for. Yeah, we'll talk about it, but I'll put together some light applications for PIO, lieutenant, and MCU director, and it's just going to be like, who are you? What's your experience level? And because 90% of the stuff we want is going to be in the interview, right? It's just kind of like we're just getting a list
Name.
of applicants, so it's just going to be like
It's always
basically
just a name.
yeah, it might just be named, to be honest, but we're going to do that. So let me know if there's anything you want on that, but I'll write that shit up in like an hour or two and have it where you guys can all see it and approve it, and then we'll put that out like later today or tomorrow.
All right.
All right, I'm leaving.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank
You know-
Appreciate your time.
I'm really glad we could all be here just to see him quit.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I mean, at least we got to see it through.
Well, we didn't even see him quit. He quit on Twitter.
Well, whatever.
An asshole.
I do wish he had said something before we spent an hour talking.
Yeah.
20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Would have been nice, but
Real great.
I get it.
Yeah.
Did someone remove Brian's access and stuff? Did someone do that already?
I don't really know how to.
I can do it. If someone gives me his, I'll find his state ID. It's fine.
Is it just removing his permissions in the MDW?
Yeah, I think it's that, and then I guess it would be the email access and stuff like that.
Yeah, keys are removed, so get rid of tags.
Keys all removed. Okay.
Yeah, I did that. Get rid of
You did
tags,
tags?
kick him out the command stuff, and do we really need to do the MDW? Because then Owen was saying there was like a removed role, and we just give him that and it sorts itself out.
Well, you set it to 1, I think,
Yeah.
instead of 0.
Like the rank, make it a 1.
Yeah,
God, this thing is slow.
it's awful.
Where's the permissions?
I'll let MCU know. I'll make an announcement in their emails just to keep them informed, unless anyone's opposed to that. Anybody? Is everybody all right with that, or should we hold off?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
You should talk to Kovac.
We should maybe. Should we maybe?
Do I need to get rid of his
Kovac
Do you
DOJ
What
know
does
for
that
tags?
sure
do?
that he's been like it's gonna be continuous? Him running it. Maybe let him know first.
Yeah, Doc, don't do the announcement.
No, wait, I won't know. I haven't
Oh,
started.
surprise! I'm still leading it.
Yep.
Is there a reason he would have DOJ tags? Is that PD associated?
I think it's cousin.
I don't think he.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Must be just some kind of clerical error on this sheet.
Do you want me to request the tag stuff or?
Do we want to get Kovacic invited to the cert lead area so he can do cert lead stuff?
Yeah. So I mean, you seem to be a point of contact for Kovacic. So yeah, as long as I think first point is just letting him know that I know somebody mentioned to me today, and I can't remember who, that he's not interested in running it long term.
That's what Martin said originally, because it was when
okay,
Kovacic
yeah.
found out that he was the interim without Axel talking to Kovacic. He wasn't pleased.
Okay. But yeah, I think they have the conversation with him, let him know that is, officially kind of the more official interim director, and then we'll have some conversations with him about what he wants to do. But just for now,
I would just tell him that it's going to be extended because of Brian leaving, and that we'll have we will do an application process in the future. I wouldn't give him any false hope that he'll keep it permanently.
He sent me a text saying that he just spoke with Brian to have the MCU documents transferred to him. So
Okay.
he beat us to it.
Am I okay to confirm with Bundy? He had
That
asked.
Brian resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be hiding it. Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's a need to announce it.
I didn't know if we were
but,
hesitating or anything.
Oh, look at LSBN. Oh
Already?
my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is Jesus Christ.
Oh wow.
Brian Knight quits the PD nest of snakes as he stood between two American flags at half-mast.
Fair enough.
Summoned to a panel high command that was to decide his fate. Panel twisted his words. He opted to quit. Witness to sedition. Talk about going after senators and witnessing the DOF makes exclamation marks of "fuck the Senate." Lack of strong
What's the
people in the
DOF?
PD
Sorry,
since
I'm
the
so
Justice Assembly.
confused.
Anybody know what the deal? I'm gonna Google it. Depth of field.
I don't think that's depth of field.
I think it is.
Do you think they mistyped DOJ?
Maybe.
Department of Fucks. I don't know.
Hello?
Hey, Tessa.
Hey.
I wanted to make sure that y'all were able to come to your own conclusion on your own. I don't need to know what the outcome was.
We were.
I wasn't sure what my decision was going to be until the very end.
Very accurate.
Okay.
But I want you to know that everything you've done for me, I do appreciate.
Thanks, Brian.
You take care.
You too.
How did he know that?
I don't know. All we said was we're gonna give the guy a warrant and ask him to hand himself in for the crimes he committed.
Yeah, but we said that was said in the privacy of high command.
Yeah.
That hurt.
We
That
haven't
hurt.
talked to
That
any
was
of them
mean.
about
He's toxic.
Good question.
Why's he gotta do me like that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's Axel. That's our full guy. Ugh.
Hey, I know, we don't see each other much, but you met best mate, so non-professionally, you doing all right?
No. It's not anything you can help with, though.
I think sometimes we assume that someone helping means that they're going to try and fix the problem, but if you ever want to distract yourself or just bitch about things, I'm a pretty good listener, and I'm pretty good at distracting people from things too.
Thanks.
That's what I'm saying is, don't do this on your own. It's not a good idea. So, if you need to give Matt a call, I think he'd like that. Or, I'm here, Flop, too. He cares about you a lot.
Oh, yeah, Yogi.
Flop's been really helpful in everything. He's been, a constant. He's always been around, so I do utilize him, and I try to make sure I'm there for him too, because, he's doing a lot.
Yeah. He's a good lad.
Yeah,
I have a whole
But-
chariot.
I have a lot of people in my corner that I know that I can rely on. A lot of this, though, has been really hard to.
One thing I wanted to say in there, but I didn't get a chance, is that all of us, regardless of how we got to our positions, have been given the position to represent the police department and make sure it's running properly and uphold the standards. All of us have been given that same job, and yet, as we can see, we all have very different opinions on things. And I think that's the point, because if there was one person with one opinion, then the PD would be a very different place. And even though we do have different opinions, at the end of the day, I think I can honestly say that we all have the PD's best interest in mind. And we know that about each other. But I think more importantly, having the PD's best interest in mind means having each other in mind. And I wouldn't be able to say this when it came to Pred and Bass and that kind of thing. And, you know, Owen's a bit of a tough nut, but I think at the end of the day, we're all just humans, and I think we've got to look after each other. And that's the way this high command's going to work, is that we realize we've got differing opinions, but at the end of the day, we hold each other up. So what I'm trying to say is sometimes we need a break. You need a break. Take one. Go spend some time in the dog park or whatever rangers do.
I'll try.
Just don't forget to ask for help if you need it. That's what we're here for.
Okay. I'll try to do what I can for that.
Take it easy, Tessa.
You too. All right, chat. I think that's gonna be it for me for today. I kind of want to go check in on my family and stuff because got a lot going on that is outside of RP, and I need to sort out, see if Harms needs any help with the car stuff, and I would like to check in and call my family about my dad because he was in the hospital last night. So I'm gonna go do that. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the RP. You know, it's been very stressful. I know there's a lot of passion behind everything. Thank you to those of you who are being respectful about it and handling it with grace and kindness, and rather than anginess. So, I appreciate all the support. You guys rule. Thank you so much for being here and making this enjoyable for me. And, you know, I appreciate your opinions and everything on everything that's been going on. 50 away from the goal, yeah. If there wasn't other stuff going on right now, I'm just not feeling up for it. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, it's been an adventure, and there's still more to be done. So, I don't know if I'm gonna stream the Walter thing. You might have to catch someone else's POV on that. Sorry, it's my day off. I'm a little out of it, so we'll see. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm not sure. But thank you guys for hanging out. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for all the support that came in today. And yeah, we're gonna definitely send it over to Medi. Much love to the rest of High Command as well for, you know, being there and helping us along. Everyone who's been involved in the RP thus far. It's been an insane few months for me and for Tessa, so I've been enjoying it. I hope you guys have been too. And yeah, we'll see you. I mean, you guys might see me tomorrow or Monday or whenever. But I'll see you guys back on Tuesday for sure. So, appreciate you all. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe. Be kind to yourselves and one another. And especially the other streamers, please. Be nice. And goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.